apartment building, and Henry Winkler's daughter literally lived next door to me, and I'd see him in the hallways for like parents visiting, and he was just like the nicest guy.
And you'd go, hey.
Don't trip over that name you just dropped.
Funny, real funny.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt on the Collier and Thompson phone lines for friends who would like to gather by calling in at 314-974-0101, texting in 314-399-9646, or just in that Michelob Ultra chat, Doug, where Jake Reynolds starts things off by saying, "Morning, boys." And then, how do you pronounce it? Legate says, "Morning, Jake." And then John Score says, "Morning, fellas." And then MD 2020 says, "Morning, cuties." And then Dan Jansen says, "Hey, what's up, guys?"
Okay.
Isn't that fun?
Well, it's
That friends
so
gather,
much fun. Yeah.
and they want to watch us and talk about us.
You talk about having a good time. You can't have more fun than what you just read right
Well,
there.
you talk about the tournament, though, and that's how you have even more fun.
Okay.
It gets underway tonight. Jackson, who do you like tonight?
Slewbillikins.
Well, there's another tournament.
Is the first four? Which of the first four teams play?
Are you kidding? I think you're doing material.
I think he is still.
Tim,
I think
3,
it's
2, 1. Hello, everybody. It's 7:02.
Isn't that UNC and San Diego State?
San Diego State and North Carolina, yeah.
Well, you guys have got that tournament fever.
Alabama State and St. Francis.
I thought it all started tomorrow. I thought all four played tomorrow. My apologies.
You know, we're shooting that that podcast following the pro. You got called up.
Oh, I'm ready.
You're ready. All right.
Big time.
But I have to tell you, the first 20 seconds of this show would indicate
Well, not a
otherwise.
red hot start. Not a red hot start, but that's why you take a timeout, stop the bleeding, and give me a 30, and I'll talk to my
Are
team
you a
here.
snob? Do you not count the first four?
No,
Are
that's
too-
you. That's you. This
Oh.
is this is
wow.
All of a sudden, I
Not
got
only
turned
that,
on
there's
you.
a vigorous finger point.
No, I vividly remember you saying it was around. It was right before the Missouri beat Kansas, and you were saying, "Well, if you were Missouri, you would absolutely take one of the playing games." And I corrected you, saying that's the first four. It's a field of 68.
Wow. Call back to when they played Kansas.
I don't forget. I
Okay.
forgive, but I never forget.
I thought this guy knew hoops. That's in the Crystal City Clam Hammer, and we're underway.
Oh, I know ball, baby. Texas Xavier is the one I'm looking forward to. I think it's gonna be a great game, and it's gonna be who Illinois plays.
Okay.
You got to allocate resources when it comes to the tournament. I only have so much bandwidth.
So what are your resources tonight? Blues and Predators.
Blues and Preds, baby? Let's get this W. That's a toughie. Nashville, Douglas, or something.
Did you have a chance, Martin, to take a look at that Stiefel dossier?
Yes. John Kelly, good Irishman, is in Nashville for tonight's game. Predators, 7 o'clock start, 6 o'clock pregame. On the radio side, Kelly Chase at 9 o'clock, and he has another charity hockey event.
April 4th.
That was a huge deal last year. He's rounded up the gang again. I don't know. I think it was, 600,000 or so. They raised a ton of money for Siteman last year. Chaser will join us. I think he is back in the hospital, but I think it's part of the bone marrow process. He had that maybe a month ago, but it's a battle, man, what he's going through now, and I think he'll share his story with us. I just love checking in with it's kind of a post-St. Patty's Day Irish show here, and Chaser feels very Irish to me. Just storytelling, fun guy, and good buddies with Montgomery. I want to get his insight on this team. He pays close attention, still tight with a lot
You
of
give me a Kelly Chase interview, I'm in any day of the week.
9
o'clock. Stiefel dossier. And the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, I know you're, 80% of the way through the onboarding process that requires you to leave at 10 o'clock. But a lot of controversy in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Yesterday, I could see Buck Swope holding us accountable in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Today, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's how you can compete against the legends right now. We are tied on March 18th for the month of Borch, JV golf coach in the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Boy, if she can win 2 out of 3 months to start the year, this is really going to be a special year.
Special
Because
stuff.
she could put herself in position to win the whole damn thing in 2025. And maybe that speaks to Missouri's chances in this NCAA tournament in which everybody and their brother is picking Dwake.
Oh, they are. Well, it's kind of a fashionable pick, isn't it?
It's going to bite you in the ass.
Oh, gosh.
Jackson was walking in today. I said, did you break down the film? That Drake scares me. And he said, nope, we're good.
Both the Colonel and Jackson are confident.
Yeah. I think people are like going crazy over the contrasting styles, but like the better team should run the tempo. And if they have to play at Mizzou's tempo, it's not going to be long for the Bulldogs of Drake.
Wow.
And then,
This is a confident guy who will be on the live stream at youtube.com/TMASTL at 6:30 on Thursday night.
volume and money on
Mizzou
Drake.
should be able to control the tempo. If you want to run, you can run.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
But if you want to slow it down, sometimes you can't do that because the other team's too fast and run all over you.
Absolutely. They can take it slow.
So let's go Tigers.
Absolutely. They can go
win this,
slow.
baby.
They can take their time, but as soon as that ball gets rebounded or stolen or comes out of the basket, Missouri's pushing that ball. They're too deep to not run all the way.
Have you moved on to Texas Tech?
No. Got to be Drake first.
Okay.
We're not allowed to talk about Texas Tech.
I think we should look past Drake, start thinking about third and fourth round games.
Well, now look past Tech, too.
Coach Pearl, are you panicked a little bit about this Drake squad and what they could? Am I panicked?
Doug Piglet says, "Hey, Pwiglet," with a garbage can. You like Piglet and Winnie the Pooh?
I didn't mind him. Her. Was it a he or her?
They?
I think it was her.
It's kind of like Taylor and Billions. It was always identified as a they, and I stuck to that as a 5-year-old.
All right.
I thought Piglet was cute.
Yeah, cute little pig. Yeah. Wonderful pig. Was the best pig. Everyone agrees. Great, great pig.
Was the rabbit's name Rabbit?
I believe so.
Is that...
In the writers' room, they just kind of ran out of gas.
Well,
and they
yeah.
said, "What do you want to call the rabbit?" I just call it rabbit.
I thought, yeah. And then there was Owl. Was there Owl?
Yeah, the marketing department had the week off. Warson Woods Wacko says, "I see the Antichrist return to the studio today." Martin, I don't know if you were around
I love
for the
that nickname. Gotta
10
be honest
o'clock
with you.
hour yesterday, but the Warson Woods Wacko declared that Jackson may be the Antichrist at 10:26 in the Air Comfort Service text inbox yesterday.
That's a little strong.
I would say.
What prompted that?
That's the question, is what did I do? What could one do on an FM sports radio show that could turn them into the Antichrist?
Now, if we were still on AM, however, you would understand. And the distinction there was
different.
Yeah, we can get a little more devious.
Different frequencies.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I did. Some of the texters embellish or maybe hyperbolize a little bit.
You going to sue for slander?
I don't know. I don't have much grounds, I assume.
Well, I mean, you have been accused of being the Antichrist. Are you the Antichrist?
No.
Do you think the Warson Woods Wacko knows that you're not the Antichrist?
Do you think the Antichrist would know that they were the Antichrist, or do you find that out the hard way?
314-974-0101. Call in.
A lot of people call me a lot of things. Maybe bad management, maybe corrupt, but never been called the Antichrist. People are tired.
Never been called the Antichrist. Not out loud. I might have said it, though. I might have thought it.
Yeah.
Not about you.
Sure.
Somebody else.
Yeah.
Piddles is so young, naive, and hopeful. He needs more life experience to know Drake is no easy matchup. That's from the 314.
I'm not saying it's an easy matchup.
You seem a little confident.
I can be confident and know it's not an easy matchup. It's the NCAA tournament. Every team in the field is good. Okay. But if I'm looking at it through a relative lens, I think it's a game that Missouri can control.
Don't say relative lens.
I knew Doug was going to have a problem with that.
What's wrong with that?
I just don't like that.
Okay, that's fair.
Looking at it through a relative lens.
Okay. Looking at it
So like
in the context of the
uncle's
tournament.
eyeglasses? Would that be a relative lens?
Oh, wow.
See what I did there? Twisted the words.
Well, you're hot this morning, Doug. Camo V is going to be knocking on your door again.
Jackson dismissive of Drake and Doug so far to start today's TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Croup in Missouri, a 6.5-point favorite. Your total, I think this is kind of note because it indicates that they're obviously thinking it's playing at Drake's pace, is 132.5. When's the last time Missouri played a game that was 132.5 over-under?
They almost did that themselves against Bama. 132.5. Yeah.
Are you starting to think about firing a bullet on the over?
I mean...
But then you're sitting there and you're watching Dwake and you want him to score.
Yeah, that's the problem. I just don't bet anything when it comes to Missouri games. I'm so leveraged. The last thing I want to do is be rooting for some side bet I have. Maybe like a player prop or something. Like I think Mark Mitchell can really dominate.
Well, I'd be looking at it through a relative lens.
Relative lens.
Now you're getting it, Doug. Now you're feeling yourself.
Only this show can make a sudden shift from Piglet from Winnie the Pooh to Beelzebub to start the day. That's from Shooter McGavin.
That's right.
Piglet was kind of underrated because it was an interesting character.
And cute.
Cute. You worried about his safety?
Winnie the Pooh's closest friend amongst all the toys and animals featured in the stories. Although he is a very small animal of generally timid disposition, he tries to be brave and occasion conquers his fears.
Sometimes I feel like Piglet.
Yeah. You're not the Antichrist. You're Piglet.
I'd take that over the Antichrist.
You think Jackson is the Antichrist? You can call in 314-974-0101.
Don't answer that if people.
Pestus from Festus wants to give his opinion on it. Good morning, Pestus. You're on the Collier and Thompson phone line. That's right.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, hello, Festus. How are you?
I'm doing good this morning.
All right.
First thing before I do anything else, the 2 birthdays that happened the past week, I've got to wish them both a belated birthday.
Well, that's nice of you.
Okay.
You're talking about Jackson and Martin?
It's really heartfelt.
That's exactly who I'm talking about.
Okay, well, sorry.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. So, Jackson,
Yo.
the Antichrist. No way.
Oh.
No way. You need a lawyer, and I'm willing to stand up for you and debate your system and the way it is.
Wow.
He's going to debate your systems. Are you of legal counsel?
No, but I can counsel the legal.
Yeah.
Everyone's twisting words around today.
Yeah.
Doug like that one.
That was through a relative lens right there.
No, it's not a relative lens. It's a microscopic filter.
I see. So you're a big supporter of Jackson's.
I'm a big supporter of the whole show.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you
very
Like
much.
that, Doug.
All right, I like that.
That's why I get up every morning at 5:30 and I make sure I'm listening to you at 7.
Really?
Right. Hour and a half prep.
Yeah.
Any other shows you listen to that might be better than this one, or
A lot of choices.
top shelf?
The shows I listen to that are better than this are on TV.
Oh, okay.
But here's one thing. Did you all know that today is the official opening day of Major League Baseball?
Going on right now.
Big Cubs and Dodgers.
Yeah, out in
Cubs are losing.
Yeah.
Last I heard, Cubs were losing.
Tommy Edman with the first RBI of the Dodgers season.
3-1
And
Dodgers
here
in
we
the
go.
8th. Dodgers lead 3-1 in the 8th.
Yeah, but here's my one question.
All right.
Moving on.
Who in the hell came up with this Major League Baseball schedule?
Somebody wanted to show off Shohei Ohtani to the Japanese people, I think.
Why? They should be able to watch it on their TVs just like everybody else.
Well, I understand. It's our game. It's our league.
Not if they're YouTube TV people.
Well,
yeah, but here's another thing I heard. After the Chicago Cubs and LA Dodgers series is over with, those 2 teams can come back here and play some spring training games again.
Mm-hmm. Right. It is kind of weird.
It's kind of like Sonny Gray pitching, leaving, coming back. You're right. They're going to come back and play some
wait a
spring
minute.
games.
Don't even bring up Sonny
Don't
Gray
even
with
bring-
me, because I'll tell you
Why
right
not?
now,
Why?
You got to stop, Martin.
that boy's in trouble.
Why is he in trouble?
That boy is in trouble.
Why?
What has he got? A 15-something ERA in spring training,
Working on
and
things.
he's opening day for the St. Louis Cardinals?
Yeah, probably. Probably so,
I'd
yeah.
rather see McGreevy pitch opening day.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they went to the 6-man rotation. Solves all the problems.
Yeah. Well, have they decided to go to the 6-man rotation?
Well, that's what they're talking about. Then you can have a 6-man outfield, a 6-man DH.
Well, shoot, we could have a 6-man bench.
Yeah. Probably got that.
Think about it, Tim.
Well, Blues game is tonight.
Oh, here we go.
Go Blues.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mizzou game is on Thursday night at, I believe, 6:30.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Go Mizzou.
Yes.
Yes, all the way. And Jackson will, I know, be telecasting that somewhere.
Right. YouTube.com/TMASTL.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
So that's it for me. I got everything in that I had to say.
Okay.
I wish you all a good day.
Thank you.
More snow tonight.
What? It's going to be 80 degrees today. We're talking snow?
No, you got a different forecast than
Alberta
Festus?
Clipper coming through
Tonight.
Festus. What's that, Pestus?
They said there's snow flurries tonight. It's either, let me apologize. It's either tonight or tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like
And
Cactus going to the
according to
Panthers
my
game.
wife and her late grandmother, that will be the last bit of snow we get for the whole year.
Well, let's hope. Let us hope.
I do too.
Okay.
And there is one other thing. prayers go out to the families that were affected with the tornadoes, and prayers go out to the police officer yesterday that was hurt and injured in the hit and run.
Yeah. Well, I hear you there.
Thank you, Festus.
And God bless the United States, and God bless St. Louis.
How about that? Wow, that was very
Kind of took a Larry Nickel turn at the
Wow,
end.
very nice. There's Festus from Festus, Doug. It was like a State of the Union address. A lot of topics were covered,
Right.
all to standing ovations from the audience. Unfortunately, a few people want to strap him to a SpaceX rocket.
Okay, gotta go now.
This Festus guy eats tater tots out of his pockets. That's from the 407. Doug, watch this. Hold on a second. And Van, too. Napoleon, give me your tots. Napoleon Dynamite, 2006?
Feels like
I
5.
don't know.
Why are we going to say 5?
I never saw the picture.
4, 5? I think 6 is too far.
And now
04.
Uncle Rico is in White Lotus.
He
Uncle
is.
Rico is in White Lotus.
Okay.
Your thoughts on
Chucking
that?
that ball around?
314, yeah.
And they ate tater tots out of their pockets in that movie?
Napoleon.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, this is a big spoiler. Kept some tots in his pocket from lunch.
Not a bad idea.
And they're cargo pants, so he really had a lot of room to operate.
Yeah.
And when asked to share some of them, he declined, and so his tots were smashed.
Smash the tots.
Well, that is good writing.
Budget for Napoleon Dynamite, guys. Jackson, you are recused from this.
7 in the hay.
Million?
Yeah. Are we doing this again?
I was going to go 15.
I'll go.
Million? Are you serious?
I'll go 15.1.
400,000 according
$400,000?
according to Wikipedia. It wasn't, if you look back, it wasn't
Yeah,
a real
I mean, it's-
high budget film.
Yeah.
Box office.
I just looked, so I'm out.
Oh,
Okay.
125 million.
46.
Nice
about
ROI,
that?
though.
How
Just
about
tuning in, I can't tell you how happy I am that I unknowingly missed his entire call.
Come on.
From Mr. Licks.
It was a nice little check-in
There's also
phone call.
no chance in hell it's going to snow tomorrow, right?
It's supposed to be in the 60s overnight tonight.
I think there's some storms. Maybe overnight it gets a little chilly.
Lows of 40. I'm not seeing any precipitation, but Festus, it's a whole different animal.
Yeah,
now.
they always deal with Alberta Clippers.
I do feel like the call has a checklist, like he's got a notepad.
Yeah.
Okay, Jackson, you had a birthday. Okay, Martin,
We
you had
did
a birthday.
say happy birthday.
It was very heartfelt. Okay, the Blues. The Cardinals, they're just running down the
Check
list.
the boxes. It's been a minute since we talked to him, so he had some things to get to.
I like that.
Yeah.
Libby Lunardi, without question, did that White Lotus scene with his buddies in the Tennessee cabin last year. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Doug, so that ties in Libby Jack, Joe Lunardi, White Lotus.
Jackson's vacation to Tennessee with the fellas.
Right. I mean, just one sentence that covered so many topics, kind of like Pestus from Festus's phone call.
Is that like taking Molly and making out with your boys?
Cut that off.
Oh, the other one. No. Shout out to Sam Rockwell, though. Moon is a great movie. Yeah.
White Lotus is ass. More meat shown in that show than a butcher shop. No wonder Jackson loves the series. That's from Boozy, who also is on Drake in the first round, Jackson.
Yeah. I'm not going to say what I want to.
But you're going to sing it?
That's right.
Now I kind of want to know.
I know.
I bet
Do you have like time killer music where we just turn the mics off and then you tell us?
I'll whisper it to you in the break.
Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this award-winning radio program / podcast / YouTube show. They're online at brownandcrouppen.com. Doug, I'm going to give you a trivia question to start today's show. It's 7:19 in St. Louis. What's the phone number of Brown and Crouppen? I mean, that's not a fair question.
314-222-2222.
Oh, my goodness. You
Nailed
were
it.
dialed in. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA, and they founded the business in St. Louis in 1979, and they are still here supporting the community. If you are in a spot where you need a personal injury lawyer, wouldn't you want somebody who is local and knows the legal environment of the metropolitan area? It's Brown and Crouppen with Terry Crouppen, who's going to be in studio, I believe, on Thursday.
Who is he?
Yeah, Andy Crouppen and Ed Herpen. Online at brownandcrouppen.com. Go online at brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Jackson is getting some support from Sharon and Clayton / Sanibel / Maui / Michigan. White Lotus is great. Thought of you as I watched it last night, Piddles. What a scene.
What scene?
Sam Rockwell has a memorable guest appearance where he has like a 3-minute monologue. I actually cut some drops for it, but I'm not going to play them yet. I have to run them through counsel.
So what are you going to, like, Hubbard corporate legal counsel to see if you can play the Sam Rockwell monologue?
Yeah, I mean, I keep a counsel on retainer. It's my family.
Can you CC me on that email just because I want to see the responses?
Yeah. Well, it's better to ask, You got to run it up the flagpole.
The question is whether you can legally run audio from a TV show.
No, that's not my concern.
Very graphic, Dad.
It's raunchy.
Doug, very vivid.
Oh, well, then I'd say don't do it.
Yeah, that's why I'm running up the flagpole.
Yeah. I would probably leave it down off the flagpole. When in doubt, don't get sued.
True. A suit isn't really my concern.
Morning, guys. I'd love it if you did TMA the musical, in which, just like Jackson did, you just break into song at various points of the program.
Cat would do that sometimes.
He would. He would show tunes. Ethel Merman, I think, was one of his go-to.
There's no business like show business. Like, no, what am I doing with my hand here?
Well, jazz hand. You're pretty good at it, if I'm being honest. It's like what you do with the EDF mittens.
Hey, Sharon and Clayton, get off your high horse. That's from the 314. I don't know what that was
All she did was mention a TV show she liked.
A little kissy, touchy.
Guys, I'm convinced the White Lotus rider is a TMA listener. Cuck, sleeping with your brother, and ladies with a little extra. The storylines are all on brand. That's from Mr. Mud Jack Mike.
Shout out Mike White.
I haven't seen White Lotus. This is the third.
I think you would really enjoy it. You would really.
I like the second season. I saw that one.
Really enjoy it.
Yeah.
Jackson's going to play audio from White Lotus that will probably get 101 ESPN's license.
Stripped.
Right.
I would
Good
imagine.
idea to play
that's
it.
something to come look forward to. In addition to, on the Stiefel dossier, John Kelly at 8:15, Kelly Chase at 9 o'clock, and then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at approximately 10:50. That is coming your way. You can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, listen live via the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center 101 ESPN app, and download the TMASTL app as well. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
went from last place in the whole league to the best in the West. Time to dig deep. It's game time. Let's light 'em up. Boston Bruins ain't backing up. Media says watch out for Rask. Bennington is up for the task. Load your players with Gloria. I can feel a sense of euphoria. One more round. That's what's up. St. Louis Blues are coming for the cup.
Oh, I'm rolling balls. Calgary Flames, I'm sorry, Craig Berube will give no quarter in Toronto. A loss last night for the Flames. Blues and Predators tonight here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game 6 p.m., puck drop at 7.
Okay, Flames have lost 3 in a row now. They're falling apart. Blues still 2 points ahead of them, although the Flames do have 2 games in hand. But just games in hand doesn't equal points. You got to earn the points, and they have not earned them yet.
I scream about it.
So this Blues club, I'm telling you, they're going to go. They're going to get in the playoffs. They're going to do it. They're red hot. They're playing better than the clubs they're fighting for a playoff spot against.
They're going to win it, baby. They're going
to win this, baby, if we can just get hot. We're already hot. So bring the baby on over. We'll take a look at her.
Bring the baby over.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a shirt that says that? Flames have lost 3 in a row. They got to play again tonight at the Rangers. Winnipeg going to Vancouver, or rather Vancouver's going to Winnipeg. This could be a huge night, Doug.
Could well be.
Yeah, this could be a glorious night in the playoff race. Your latest money puck, Doug. I know you're a money puck guy.
Sure.
Calgary's down to 17.7% to make the playoffs.
Are they?
They were at 25% yesterday morning. Utah's at 24.2%. Vancouver's at 29.3%. Of the 4 teams fighting for that final wild card spot, your St. Louis Blues at 38.8%.
Should be higher because they're going to get in. They're going. I would state it about 98%.
98%.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I said it.
I said it.
You win tonight in Nashville. Get you to 75 on the Vaughn Index. Vancouver loses at Winnipeg. Not an unreasonable thought. Calgary loses at the Rangers. Doug, tomorrow morning you are alone in that 8th and final wild card spot.
It's amazing how fast they can turn around.
What's the current Vaughn Index? What,
I'd have to.
Because I haven't checked on Utah lately. Where would they be in the Vaughn Index?
Utah. Let's see. 13-7 at home.
Oh, wow.
Goal differential of -8. So they'd be at a 71. Utah's at a 71 on the Vaughn Index.
What's your point total, though?
Is that right? I hadn't checked that.
Where are the Blues in that index?
Oh, gee.
You hear that little gerbil, Martin?
Let's see. Okay, point streak. They've won their last 2 differential. They're right at it. They've given up 202 and they've scored 202
crazy?
goals. So their Vaughn Index would be at a 73.
Oh. What's their point total, Tim?
73.
Is that
wow.
correct?
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's how accurate this thing is.
Wow. Baby needs spanky. That's from the 314.
Respond to that.
Baby.
Respond.
Spanky.
Jackson's pointing a lot today. You are
is that right?
Coach
This guy's
Burkett.
feeling it. I mean, the tournament's starting tonight. He didn't know it. But the tournament's starting tonight. He gets to spread his wings on the program today following. Are you excited? Are you going to dress me down on the spread zone, me, Jackson, and Riz?
I don't know if I'll be doing any dressing down. I'll be doing some knowledge dropping.
Are you ready?
Some ball knowing, but respectful as always.
Respectful dressing down.
Reset. In case you and I are on the opposite side, we can still be respectful on a game. Some trendy picks out there that I'm fading.
UC San Diego.
Not that one.
Oh,
not
Michigan.
Not fading it, but not like hammering it.
How about Whale?
Yeah, what about Whale? A lot of people like Whale against Texas A&M.
A lot of people like Whale against Texas A&M. I'm not sold on that one.
Who'd they sting last year? Was it Tennessee?
They got
Bruce Pearl.
They got
Bruce Pearl with Auburn.
Yeah, they got Bruce Pearl. No, the one that I really like is Colorado State. I'm not going to give too much away here.
Oh, gotta listen. Where do we find this?
It'll be on our YouTube channel tomorrow. So it's Jackson, Riz of the Rizzuto Show, and me, and we are filming this at 11:15 today. Jackson got called up. Anthony Stalter is usually on the podcast, and he is, I gather, as many parents of young children are this week, on spring break. He takes his children to Florida. I take mine to Wichita.
Does Jackson start with, okay, when does the tournament begin? And you tell him tonight?
That's how the podcast starts.
There are games tonight, pal.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Hey, Tim, if that's the money puck line, then why are the sportsbook got the Blues plus 270 to make the playoffs and the Canucks are plus 125? That's from the 618. Doug, I mean, if you're that confident and you're getting damn near 3-1 on your money, it's time for you to triple your net worth.
Well, I probably should. If I had any guts, I would do it because I think the Blues are going to get in. I really feel strongly that they'll get in. They're playing the best hockey they've played all year long right now, the last 2 games. So I don't see why these other teams are going to beat them out of the playoff spot. The Vancouver, Calgary, Utah, those are just average teams. The Blues had been average through most of the season, but they have not been average at all over the last month or so.
The Blues odds to make the playoffs that I am seeing in front of me right now, plus 240. The Canucks plus 130. So you're getting about 2.5 to 1 on your money. The thing for me, I just can't figure out how in the hell they're doing this without Colton Parayko. That's at his core. And I know there are some people who still are down on Colton Parayko. That number, of course, has dwindled substantially over the last 2 seasons. But nonetheless, that's the part for me that I fear is not sustainable. And no matter what, one of these 4 teams is going to go into the playoffs, and that means one of the 4 teams is going to have to get on an absolute heater over the final, I guess it's about 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks of the season.
The Blues are on the heater right now.
I understand, but can they sustain that heater? And if that is the case, then hey, as Joey Vitale said, they play the Stars or the Jets right now in the playoffs. They'd beat them in 5 or 6 games. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine. Thank you.
Got the Hawks sitting there on Saturday. There's another W right there. Doug, it's all there. It's all, and then Vancouver head-to-head.
Canucks are plus 130 to make the playoffs. So that gentleman who texted in, his math was approximately right. Utah's plus 385 and Calgary's plus 250. I got to tell you, I think Utah at plus 385 is a pretty good value. Again, I'm not saying I think they will, but getting 4-1 on your money for a team that I think has been playing second best to the Blues of the 4 would be a nice little play as far as 4-1 on your money goes. But Doug, I mean, you've released a 98% likelihood. Therefore, you have a fiduciary responsibility to your family to fire, nothing ridiculous, but like $500,000.
Oh, I always felt I had a responsibility to them to not bet a dime of my money, because whenever I bet, I lose. I always lose. It's been a good thing for me long term, I suppose, because I'm not hooked into it.
What about a good scratch off? Maybe after the show today, huh?
I won $5 once on a scratch off. That's about it. And then I think I lost a ticket before I got it back to the store to redeem it.
Every one of those other teams in a chase have major injury issues too. Fill your own board.
Oh,
618.
Major surgery was needed to fix the Canucks.
No.
Tim just knocked Casey off the air, Doug.
Man, this town sucked.
Let me put on the evidence.
It's an embarrassment. Frauds.
Oh.
It's always tough to hit that. But it conveys the, in parentheses, fake passion, end parentheses, to play the sports media game in 2025.
And we blame the media for the team's poor performance because the media being soft. If they were harder, the team would play better.
That's correct, although I didn't like the double entendre.
I kind of want Auburn to bow out quickly so that reporter that asked about the panic, like, see, that's kind of what I was alluding to. How about Coach Gates was on with Mad Dog? Is that in 7?
Yes, I want to hear that.
7-3? I know we're only in 7-2.
That's the Stiefel dossier, 7-3.
He's done a lot of finger pointing. I don't want to get in trouble, but I was intrigued by the fact Dennis's personality versus Mad Dog's is just sort of an interesting combo.
Oil and vinegar, Martin.
You want to hear it?
No, let's talk about it.
Okay, sure.
A lot of folks are interested here, Dan, about how the SEC, who banged each other around for 3 months with 14 teams in, never a night off, lots of good opponents. Like, we know that LSU, South Carolina not excluded, but everybody else very, very tough. You wonder how you'll be either rejuvenated playing finally somebody else, or maybe a little worn out after that long year. What's your take on that theme? Let me hear.
So my take is this. That's a great point that you bring up, because that very well could be the case for other conferences. But we have so many unique teams, unique coaches who play different styles, and it's preparation going into the NCAA tournament that we've been able to provide each other, and to have 14 representatives that we've played against. That is remarkable, man, to say the least. And when you look at, the different arenas, different venues, it's a neutral site game, and nothing is better than Nashville SEC tournament and that environment. So for us, we're going to use all our experiences, and we're going to be able to move them forward with us as we go to Wichita, Kansas.
All right.
Okay. I don't buy into this notion that you beat each other up. I don't believe that at all. This is not football. It's not boxing. It's basketball. You can play a bad team and physically get knocked around just as much as you can playing a good team. It just, playing all these good teams just makes them better.
Sounds like you want to fight Dennis Gates.
I don't want to fight anybody. I'm just telling you. I think that's an easy narrative to go around. Oh, you played in a tough conference. Oh, you beat each other up. No, you played hard. That's what you're supposed to do, is play hard. You don't leave physically beaten up, usually, anymore against a good team than you do a bad team. Bad teams can be more physical because they're more desperate to slow you down.
If I was Tony Reale on Around the Horn, I'd be giving Doug 3 points.
Wow. That's the greatest compliment Jackson's ever given you.
A 3-pointer.
Yeah, that was a great take. Couldn't agree more.
You just don't want to get muted by Tony.
No.
Yeah, and
I do think the SEC, now having gotten all these teams in, they need to show a little bit, because otherwise I would hope that the committee, each year's different, but maybe if a bunch of teams flame out, then you say, you know what, are we giving too much credence? Oh, that conference is loaded. Oh, they beat each other up. Let's see what they do. I feel there's a little bit of collective pressure on that conference.
I hear you. But I think there's like some of the part of the narrative with the SEC is like that it was given to them, like they manifested, like that. Their reason for why people think the SEC is so good is because their non-conference record. It was like in the high 80% against non-conference teams. It was crazy. It was unprecedented. That's why people are so high on it. The net rankings and all that would tell you that the SEC is the best conference in the last decade, maybe even longer. So the idea of I see people like Oklahoma went 6-12 in their conference. How they deserve? Well, that 6-12 in your conference doesn't matter. It's your resume. If you have big boy wins, better wins than most teams in the ACC or Big 12, then you deserve to be there.
I'll give you 3 points right back.
All right.
Wow, so you guys are trading points.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if you play in a tough conference like this, where almost every conference game Missouri played was a tough one, it just lets you know what you're going to have to do to win.
Yeah.
Just makes you have to play at a higher level all the time. You can't coast. And you can't coast in the NCAA tournament.
Thank you for saying it right. Jackson, Big Blonde Dan is not happy with you.
Oh, what's new?
Are you sideways with Big Blonde Dan? I thought it was the worst one's wacko calling you the Antichrist.
It gets a little homogenous. Just kind of seems like everyone's against me.
Oh, no. You got to get your mind right. You got Doik in 48 hours.
Much like Drake, this feels like a 20v1. Please continue.
A 20? Don't say V.
Oh, sorry.
Doug, you don't like when a tweet starts off with,
I don't, no.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
What about when a YouTube chat, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, 96 calories, 2.5 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. That's Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. When a post starts out with, huh?
I don't like it when it ends with huh.
No, I don't either.
Well, this one starts with huh.
I don't like it when it ends with
I thought
be
this
better.
was the type of program where the host would freely read the vulgar monologues of degenerate listeners every day at 10:50 a.m. I'm surprised to hear similar audio may not make the air. This is in reference to you not wanting to play Sam Rockwell's monologue on White Lotus here on 101 ESPN. Do you want to say anything to Big Blonde Dan? Once again, started off the post with huh?
Yeah, there's one phrase in one of them that I don't think would fly.
Well, you played it for us, and I would say that's where it should remain.
Yeah.
Off air.
Maybe one of them, but again, I have to round up the flagpole.
So you're going to send that to council?
Yeah, I think there's one phrase in there that I just don't think would fly. And I enjoy employment, so I'm going to continue to play it safe.
But that makes you a fraud.
That's fine. A fraud with a roof over his head.
When in doubt, don't play it.
Yeah.
That'd be my
Air
advice.
on the side.
I stand with Jackson. That's from the Linda Sniffer. How about that?
That's nice.
This guy's sniffing people named Linda?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you, Linda Sniffer. I'll take any allies I can get, really.
Is that part of the alliance?
Sure.
Doug, I hit a nice little parlay last night. It paid plus 342. I bet the money line on the Lightning, the Maple Leafs, and the Wild. Doug, take the teams that have something to play for. It's all easy. That's from the 3 and 4.
Well, there is something to that. The teams that have something to play for generally
At this
play
time
a
of
little
year,
harder.
Dumbass text.
Okay.
At this time of the year in the NHL, I do think there's something to say for that text.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to pay for that. So you're going to be laying substantial odds if you have a situation in which a team is really motivated versus a team that may have shut her down. So, for example, last Thursday, my guess is the Blues were a decent favorite money line against the Penguins.
Probably so, yeah.
And what's scary is that game against Pittsburgh, Joey Vitale kept saying you could tell the Penguins have kind of shut it down.
Yeah.
You could tell they weren't into it. The fans were booing after the first period, and you still lost that game. So I don't know what Nashville brings tonight. There was a little rivalry going for the Blues in Nashville for a minute. It feels like that's faded, but maybe the Preds kind of want to be spoilers tonight.
Well, if they do, that's a problem because they got 3 with them between now and the end of the year.
Curb said something about those teams do scare you a little bit because the Preds have nothing to play for.
I think
so do they rise up tonight?
I think you can see that sometimes with block shots. If you're going nowhere and a guy's winding up for a slapper, are you really going to lay down in front of it when you're going absolutely nowhere this year?
I got to tell you, I like that analysis because you saw that with the Blues and Kings when the Blues were shorthanded with both Parayko and Fowler out.
Yeah, the Blues are
and they were blocking shots left and
more
right.
shots than they have all year right now. They know that they have to. It's the way you play in the playoffs.
Check this out. They're playing for each other.
Oh, I like that, Tim.
Then they go to Vancouver.
Take a listen to this, Mark.
San Jose.
Okay.
San Jose. San Jose.
Now, which do you think is the pivotal game there? I'm thinking Nashville.
Yeah, I think the pivotal game going to be Nashville.
I think so.
Nobody's playing better than Predators.
And then they're home for 3 games.
See?
Actually 4.
Yeah, that's a separate. That's Jackson's hockey podcast right there. Takes calls.
Me and Douglas.
We needed to have him read the schedule every year for every team.
I call it ice
have
time.
that as a regular segment.
Ice time with Douglas.
Mm-hmm. People like a schedule reading.
Hey, when Tim does his voice, man alive, does it get my veiny ranger to stand at attention?
Oh.
Do it, you bad boy. That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson. Harry and the Hendersons, 1988.
I don't know the
I think I
years.
saw that at the Keller Theater. I don't think it's around anymore. I feel like that was in South County.
Yeah.
And it would always get the movies that were kind of 2 months old.
Mm-hmm.
But for us from the St. Gabriel Parish, that's where we would have to go. We couldn't
Right.
afford Kenrick. You know.
Did you bring a snack in your pocket?
You better believe it. Yeah. Mikey Mike's, you better believe it, Jackie Papers.
What about a Good and Plenty? Ever have a Good and
never did
Plenty?
that.
Snow Cap?
Well, if you don't bring it with you, you're going to pay $15 for it at the concession stand.
Yeah.
For some reason at the movie theater, though, it feels okay. Like, oh, yeah, I'll take one of those and one of those. It'll be $42.
That's how they keep the lights on.
Great show. Not Dork and the 3 Sweater Vests. That's from the 636.
That's a good name for a band.
Yeah.
Dork and the Sweater Vests.
Who are the Sweater
Yesterday,
Vests?
Jackson was called a yuppie.
Yeah.
Now it's Dork and the 3 Sweater Vests.
I don't know if it matters because by saying 3 sweater vests, it feels we're all dorks. But who is he implying, or she, implying the dork is? Tim, are you the dork and we're the 3 sweater vests?
I would hope.
It's 3 sweater
I don't mind a
vests.
sweater vest.
I never know.
Sometimes you can golf with them. You can still move your arms, but still warm the core.
I prefer a Sandy Lyle suspender.
Do you really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever worn suspenders. Well, maybe with a tuxedo I may have one time.
Yeah, cummerbund.
Sure.
You own a tuxedo?
Yes.
Wow.
Andy Banker always had the suspenders when he would do a live shot. And then one time on the radio, I asked him, I said, what's the deal with the... And I kind of mocked it.
Oh, no.
And he said, when I was working in TV when I first got started, and he said this on the air, he said, I had a little bit of anxiety about, and actually talked to somebody, and the guy said, you should wear suspenders. For some reason, it helped him with his on-air anxiety. And then I felt like a complete ass.
Why would that help you? Suspenders?
I don't know why, but it did.
Well, Doug, as you remember in season 4 of Billions, Paul Giamatti's character, Chuck Rhodes, when he would feel a little nervousness, would strike himself with a rubber band he would keep tied around his thigh to reward his kink of feeling pain. And so some people like some things, and then some people don't like other things.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
that's Producer Joe.
Never look at candle wax the same.
Good morning, Andy Banker. No relation to me. That's from the Horny Banker.
Okay.
But the Horny Banker is listed as Horny Baker.
I misspelled it.
You got to get that right, brother.
I misspelled it like years ago, and I can't fix it. It won't work. I've tried several times.
You can't edit a name?
I tried. Every time it comes back Horny Baker.
Well,
so.
how do you enter possible burner on some of these?
I know, and I can't get that. I can't get rid of that either. It's like once you get these names, it kind of sticks. So it's on me.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt about it. And just know I've exhausted all options.
But a Horny Baker, the Horny Baker actually elicits more of a fun thought than a horny banker. Like the baker being horny is kind of, oh boy.
Oh, like an erotic bakery.
Like what's going on back there?
Right. Like what? Yeah.
He could make some interesting muffins.
Yeah.
Think about it.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com with your grievances. That's coming your way at 10:50. John Kelly at 8:15. Kelly Chase at 9 o'clock. Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day at 10:50. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Now, we had a call from Festus saying that he is expecting snow tonight. I don't see that. I see a lot of wind in the forecast over the next 4 days. Can tell you that. But I don't see anything for snow in the forecast. But if you run into heating and cooling issues, you go to designairservice.com, the longest running sponsor on TMA for a decade. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team. Seth is fourth generation. He prides himself on carrying on the tradition of his great-grandfather who started the business, his grandfather, his father, and that is no upselling. We earn people's business by treating them right, and they know they're not going to get upsold when they have us come over to fix their heating and cooling system. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. If you took the Dodgers over total of 100.5 for the season-long wins, you only need 99 wins because, Doug, they've got themselves a W by beating the Chicago Cubs to open up the 2025 campaign.
You know what that means for the Cardinals? We're a half game ahead of the Cubs. We're in first place, a half game ahead of the Cubs.
And the long-term strategy of just being in a bad division might just pay off again, Doug.
Yeah.
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
Both teams started 2 Japanese players for this game in Tokyo.
A friend of mine yesterday texted me. He's in Japan, and he said he does some business over there. He said you would not believe the hysteria for Ohtani and MLB. People mock them going over there. That's a huge market right now.
Oh, yeah. Big moneymaker for the league, I'm sure.
Get the names right, pal. And then in parentheses, it says possible burner. That's from the American Dream, possible burner.
That's a great name, American Dream.
Dusty Rhodes.
Yeah, possible burner. I think that's a good name.
What dialect did Dusty Rhodes have?
Like a morbidly obese lesbian Southern woman.
That's very specific.
Yeah, and he would wear a polka dot singlet?
Oh, I don't know.
I think he did.
But he kept himself in wonderful condition.
Now, Larry's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. I think he's omnipresent, so I can always go there. Hey, Larry, did Dusty Rhodes wear a polka dot singlet?
No, he wore polka dot wrestling tights. No singlet.
A wrestling tight.
I got to tell you, I didn't know the difference.
Do you own wrestling tights?
No. Do you?
No.
Good for you, Larry.
Wow.
I do not.
That was a very edgy response.
Well, I just wondered. That's all.
Larry, did you see Vince McMahon was courtside at the Knicks game last night? I think he was a few seats down from where Tracy Morgan was vomiting.
Yeah, I saw that picture on Facebook. Yes, I did.
Okay.
I can't tell what he's doing with his hair. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, he likes to keep his hair nice and proper.
Right, but it's multicolored.
Yeah.
He's really fighting the aging process. He's done something with his eyebrows, too.
Looks like Pepe Le Pew.
Yeah, it looks like Thursday night in Clayton.
Kind of got a skunk stripe down the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he always has that way before he left WWE.
Yeah.
Well, Doug thinks it's a brilliant look.
I do. It's a great look. So what happened on the presentation last evening, Larry?
You mean for us in the United States, it was yesterday afternoon.
Oh, it was. Okay. Well, what happened?
Well, the main event was for the prestigious Intercontinental Championship between Braun Breaker and Finn Balor. And the winner of the match, and still Intercontinental Champion, Braun Breaker.
Braun Baker.
No, Breaker.
Braun Breaker. Okay.
Horny Baker.
Gotcha. All right.
No, not Horny Baker. Braun Breaker.
Prestigious titleist. Okay.
Yes. And then the first match to kick off the presentation was a no-holds-barred match between Penta and Ludwig Kaiser.
Don't believe I've heard of either one of those gentlemen.
Well, Ludwig Kaiser is a foreign person.
Foreign person?
So it looks like the STL Today comment section.
And then Penta is a Mexican wrestler.
Okay.
Definitely like the STL Today comment section.
That's right, yeah.
Larry, John Cena I'm sorry that we're up against the traffic and weather. John Cena has gone full on heel.
Yes, he has gone full on heel.
How about that, Doug?
Why would the writers do that?
Oh, no.
Doug, let's not go there.
Okay.
It's not going. Well, these two are really combatants today.
They are.
Well, why would he do it then?
I'm guessing because he wants to get his 17th world title any way he can.
Okay. So now he's cheating to get it.
Yeah.
Oh, when you hear this at the Enterprise Center, what are you going to be doing?
I'll probably be at home watching something else. Are they coming here?
Yeah, pay-per-view, Larry.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it's the month after WrestleMania in Vegas.
Well, you need tickets for that one.
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll work on that. Well, anything else happen that we need to know about?
No, not right now.
Yeah, just not right now. Outside of the top 5 countries in the world, do you have them at your disposal?
Yes, I do. Thanks for asking.
No problem.
Number 5 will be Italy.
Okay.
Number 4 will be Mexico.
All right.
Number 3 will be Brazil.
Okay.
Number 2, Canada. Number 1, United States of America.
Yes.
And still number 1.
This is like after the U.S. scores a goal in 4 nations. Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There is Larry Nickel with us here on TMA and the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You are welcome to call in as well, 314-974-0101. John Kelly with us at 8:15. Kelly Chase at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email the day at 10:50. There is your Stiefel dossier here on the Morning After, a program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
A checking account that pays you back. Together Credit Union launched this in 2025. It's Empowered Checking, and with Empowered Checking, you earn above market interest on the money you keep in that day-to-day checking account. Above market interest. Interest that's paid to you each month. Checking account rewarding you for the balances, not the activity. We've told you about Together Credit Union. Started over there. Anheuser-Busch employees got together, was Eagle Credit Union, and now Together Credit Union, 14 locations around St. Louis. And when you're a member there, you are an owner of the credit union. To apply, it's simple. Go to togethercu.org. Stop by any of those 14 local St. Louis branches. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. It's Together Credit Union offering you Empower Checking. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. Visit togethercu.org/empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCAA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight as they take on the Nashville Predators. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Nice.
Oh, God. All right, that's enough.
Jackson's return music. Huge day. Monster day.
Does that count as music?
Never play that again. That's from the 6.
That's not music.
That's Stingray doing the John Cena entrance music. Shout out to Stingray.
Okay.
Mississippi State.
Yeah. Hail State, cowbells. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt fielding your phone calls, 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. We'll have John Kelly with us for the Blues 101 ESPN 8:15 interview. That's in 12 minutes. Kelly Chase joining us at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. Your Stiefel dossier is now officially submitted. Doug, there is no greater controversy right now in college basketball than the presence of North Carolina in the 2025 NCAA tournament, and all kinds of developments in the last 24 hours on that front. One of which was North Carolina scheduled to play its first 4 game against San Diego State on Wednesday, did not make its way to Dayton. Now, they were saying they were having travel issues with their plane. However, there is a thought process per the Wall Street Journal of Sports Media, Bro Bible, that the Tar Heels were delaying it to avoid media coverage.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Many think that the Heels got in simply because of their brand. Despite having a top 36 ranking in KenPom and net, they fairly point to the fact that they didn't win many big games. Even Las Vegas had UNC solidly out of the tournament field, only for them to show up quickly as the bracket was being announced. People are so mad, in fact, that West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey held a press conference deriding the NCAA over leaving West Virginia out of the field. Doug, here's a little taste of the press conference from the West Virginia governor. His name's Patrick Morrisey.
Yeah. Right.
6 quad 1 wins. And that was combined with an undefeated record against quad 3 and quad 4 opponents. 3 wins against top 10 teams and the 24th toughest schedule in America. West Virginia deserved to be in the NCAA tournament. This was a miscarriage of justice and robbery at the highest level.
Basketball.
Now, who was the last team to get into the tournament? Ahead of the Mountaineers. That would be the University of North Carolina. Now let's see how their resume stacks up. The Tar Heels went 1-12 in quad 1 games and even had a quad 3 loss. And we keep hearing about the importance of these quad 1 wins, but UNC couldn't even get 6 quad 1 wins.
How do we define a quad 1 win?
Jackson Burkett, college basketball analyst here on the Morning After, joins us now.
Usually it's, if you're playing at home, it's teams 1 through 30 in the net ranking. If you're on the road, it's teams 1 through 60.
1 through 60.
But there's different qualifications. The quad 1, I would bet in the next 5 years we're using a different metric. probably than both the net ranking and quad 1, 2, 3, 4 wins.
He had a sign behind him that said the National Corrupt Athletic Association. He came with bits, Doug. He had bits.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with props. Look at the work Carrot Top's done at the Luxor for decades. Bubba Cunningham, per 24/7 Sports, who is the athletic director at North Carolina, got a $104,000 bonus for North Carolina making the NCAA tournament. And then there is another $225,000 in bonuses in play based on what happens in the tournament. That was reported by 24/7 Sports. Chris Anderson, for the record, Bubba Cunningham, the chairman of the NCAA selection committee. He made it clear he recused himself. He stepped out of the room as they were discussing who to give the final bid to. Had UAB beaten Memphis, UAB would have gotten the final spot. Memphis would have been in no matter what. They are a 5 seed, albeit they're an underdog to Colorado State as a 5 seed. But because UAB lost to Memphis, the selection committee said North Carolina got the spot.
Tim, are you taking questions?
I am taking questions. Doug will not be taking questions.
Okay, so you mentioned this. The Tar Heels of North Carolina arrived in Dayton on Monday, more than 2 hours later than scheduled,
That's right.
missing their media availability.
That's right.
The NCAA's charter flight did not pick the team up on time ahead of Tuesday's first 4 o'clock. Okay, so then the Tar Heels had been slated to land at 4. Instead, it was 6:29, and they missed their media availability. Is it possible you could still have some media availability later in the day? Is that
That's right.
Is that so? People just say, "Oh, well, they missed their media availability." Okay, what's next? Well, there's Coach Davis right there, and then there's people at the arena. Well, maybe you could just. I don't quite buy it.
There's a lot of circumstances surrounding North Carolina and their appearance in the NCAA tournament, and now the travel situation that certainly does not lend itself to the credibility of their selection in this tournament. Jackson, what is your opinion on this?
First, I have to make a quick amendment. Quad 1 is 1 through 30 at home, neutral 1 through 50, away 1 through 75 in the net ranking. So I just wanted to put that out there before I get ripped to shreds. UNC doesn't belong in the NCAA tournament. Full stop. And
Doug hates when people say full stop.
Yeah, I don't need you to say full stop. Mic drop.
They didn't earn their way
Period.
in there. West Virginia's case is it's good. I think they should have been in. Indiana's too. I think their resumes are better than North Carolina's. Having said that, almost even a however situation, if I were to lay a little action, and this is not based in analytics or anything, but UNC's hearing all this, maybe they say, hey, maybe we do belong in this tournament. There's a reason we're favored by 5 points if we don't belong. So
got a little burr in their saddle maybe right about now?
I probably will fade it. There's a lot more games I like on Thursday and Friday that I would like to allocate my money towards. But just a thought. But I wouldn't be surprised if that was a coincidence.
And North Carolina in Quad 1 was 1-12.
Yeah.
It does seem pretty unfair that an athletic official from one of the schools, I guess all the people on the committee represent schools, and they're determining who gets in the tournament. That's not fair. That's not right.
Michigan's athletic director was on the college football playoff committee. Yeah. He was the head of it this year.
Yeah, it's not right. How hard is it to put together some sort of blue ribbon committee of people that are well plugged into the game that aren't currently working for one of the teams involved?
Should it be
Joe
bracketologists? Yeah, there's an article.
You could get plenty
You're
of
getting
people
on board, and there's actually a column that Joe Lenardi should be in charge of the committee.
Well, somebody who's
Are you in agreement that Joe Lenardi should be in charge of the committee?
I would rather have him in charge than someone who stands to win $100,000 if his team gets in.
Doug Vaughn has come around.
I'm not saying I buy his brackets a month and a half before the tournament starts, but if he wants to come up with a bracket that makes sense after all the games are played, I'd be fine with that. That'd be much better than having someone who stands to get a $100,000 bonus if his bubble team gets in.
It would be the ultimate turn victory. Joe Lenardi, who invented bracketology, one day becomes in charge of the actual brackets. What if he put St. Joe in every year, Tim? He likes that St. Joe squad. Philly.
Wouldn't you trust someone like a Jay Billis type to head the committee, decide who goes in? Someone who knows the game backward and forward?
Bubba stepped out of the room.
Sure he did. I'm sure he didn't say anything to anyone else.
I like the Krzyzewski, Jay Billis idea because we already know Duke is in. We don't have to worry about them wedging Duke into the conversation.
What about Tony Bennett or Jim Larinaga?
Yeah, guys who have been. But then what if Virginia or Miami is on the bubble? Then they're like, oh, that's kind of my school.
At least these guys aren't getting paid by their contract another $100,000 to get their school in.
Yeah, that is tough.
Is there a real movement, Tim, or is it just somebody throwing it out there?
Well, if you give credibility to Sammy Newman on awful announcing, then it's a real movement.
Yeah, there should be a movement. There should be a movement. It can't be that hard to put together 8 to 10 people who know the game backward and forward, know who should be in, that don't have a conflict of interest. It can't be that hard.
Marcia's burner says Doug Vaughn for committee chair. Is that something you're interested in?
Sure.
Doug is in, Martin. I guess Josh Schertz will have to come in, assuming his team is not playing in a game. And other than that, I guess we go to Ablin. If Doug's handling the committee and Schertz is coaching, Ablin comes in.
Kansas will be a perma 1 seed. Beaker Doug at the helm.
I'd like Ablin to be the spokesperson for those brackets. Come out, boom, gotcha. Puts a team in you didn't expect. The West Virginia Attorney General is also getting involved.
Yeah.
The Attorney General and the Governor?
That bugs me, too. Is your state in such great shape? Your state is working so perfectly that you have time out to come and complain about basketball?
No, Doug, I can answer that. I've looked up quite a few statistics. They rank at the bottom of education. They're the most obese state. Their economy's in shambles, and these guys are doing this.
Yeah. Well, it's a cheap pop thing, right? To get young males on board with you for the next election cycle.
I'm sure
Same thing when, like, Florida did the Florida State thing when they got left to the CFP, right?
West Virginia Attorney General J.B. McCuskey said he'd like to know exactly how this field is selected. What we're asking for is a level of detail, a level of transparency, a level of accountability. Teams like West Virginia can plan in the future and say, what are we supposed to do to get into the tournament?
When?
We need to know. We need to know what they're looking for, he said.
John Kelly going to join us on the other side of the commercial break with our Blues 101 ESPN interview at 8:15 every day here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. If you're thinking about getting engaged, if you just want to get a loved one an incredible piece of jewelry, I would like to recommend Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. The business has been around since 1982, and Moritz Reusch's experience in the industry goes back even further. Dan is third generation in the jewelry industry. Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com, located in Richmond Heights, close to Clayton, right across from the St. Louis Galleria in the tower on the 15th floor. A beautiful view and an incredible facility. All kinds of things that I would highlight for you. Private offices. The windows give natural light so you can see the jewelry as it was meant to be seen without any gimmicks. And you get to enjoy the private service of a family that has been in the industry for more than 4 decades. It's Moritz Reusch. Go in there and talk with Dan and his family and get to know Moritz Reusch. Online at ninjabling.com. If you are thinking about getting engaged, if you are looking for a great piece of jewelry for your family, for your loved ones, check them out at Moritz Reusch. ninjabling.com. Welcome back. The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And we are in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. You can always live stream the show on the 101 ESPN app, and you can always watch the show as well at youtube.com/TMA. STL, and it is our pleasure right now to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines. He joins us every Tuesday at 8:15. John Kelly. Morning, John.
Hi, Tim. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, doing great. Ready to go tonight.
I
Should be
know.
a fun game
Man,
here
this is
Nashville.
This is so unexpected, so fun. I was giving the boys the updated percentages of likelihood to make the playoffs of the 4 teams fighting for that final wild card spot in the West. The Blues now have the highest percentage. Calgary loses last night in Toronto, and the way the team is playing is truly phenomenal. So when you take a look at it, you're calling the games, you're there for everything, you're there for the skates. Is there anything that you see or that you've even heard, John, since the team got back from the 4 Nations that you go, okay, I can see this right here as being the main difference from where they were when they were struggling, in particular in January, to this run they've gone on here since the 4 Nations?
You know, Tim, it's really hard to put your finger on one thing in particular. I just think that there is a complete buy-in from all 23 players on the roster. I know that sounds a bit of a cliche, but you watch them play, and that's the truth. They have 4 lines going really well. The defense continues to play really well, great goaltending, and there's a really good vibe around the team. So I don't know what clicked at the break. I know that a couple of guys got healthy with the rest, including Pavel Buchnevich. And the top players are playing really well, including Robert Thomas, who's playing his best hockey of the season. So I just think that winning, really breeds a positive attitude and great enthusiasm. And, the Blues at one point were, I believe, 8 points out of that final playoff spot, maybe over the break. And now, as you said, they are tied in points with Vancouver. The Canucks do have a game in hand. Now, they play tonight at home against the Jets, so that's a tough game. So, right now it's a dogfight for the Blues. They got some help last night. Calgary lost in Toronto. They're in New York tonight against the Rangers. They have a tough schedule. But the Blues, as you said, they have a very favorable schedule, only 14 games to go, 8 of them at home, and only 5 of them are left against playoff teams. So you got to like their chances. By the way, what are the percentages, Tim, now that you mentioned it?
Yeah, no problem. The Blues are actually at 38%. This is per money puck, so you can get different numbers depending on where you go. 38.8%. Vancouver's at 29.3%. Utah's at 24.2%. And Calgary, after the loss last night, dropped from 25% to 17.7%.
Yeah, I mean, that's great stuff. But the bottom line is you still have to win a lot of games because, the other teams aren't going to all just be bad down the stretch. So you've got to just win your games and win a higher percentage, and hopefully that'll turn into a playoff spot. But it's really a lot of fun to watch right now. Plus, they're scoring a lot of goals, 12 goals the last 2 games.
Especially for a guy calling the game, it's a hell of a lot more fun, isn't it, when they're scoring goals? Because that's the best moment of the game. And if it's 1-0, yeah, that's great. But boy, when they score 6 or 7, I would think for what you do, that's as much fun as it can be.
Yeah, absolutely. And to see the players click the way they are. I think the other thing Timmy asked about, why is it happening? Because they're winning and having success. Jim Montgomery has not tinkered with the lines basically out of the break. So every single night we are seeing the same 4 line combinations. Obviously, Parayko's injury in L.A. a couple of weeks ago made them change their D pairings, although Falk and Broberg continue to be a pair. So I think that's another reason why they're having success is the line combinations have been left alone. And because they're having so much success, they're scoring a lot of goals, and it is a lot of fun to watch.
You mentioned the schedule a moment ago. I see they've got Nashville 3 times here in the next week and a half, and a game with Chicago in there. These are teams really going nowhere. Do you notice teams that really don't have a whole lot to play for at the end of the season playing any differently, maybe a little less reluctant to block a shot with their face, that kind of thing?
Well, Doug, I think it can work 2 ways. sometimes teams do mail it in at the end of the season, although not many do. Quite honestly, I think it really goes the other way. I think sometimes teams that are out of the playoffs, like a Nashville, a team that won't make the playoffs, they play loose and free, really with nothing to lose. So those games can be dangerous. In addition, sometimes teams that are out call up young players, and those guys want to come up and make a mark for next season. So, again, I know it's a cliche, but there are no easy games. But I think it can go both ways. Sometimes teams do really tank at the end and don't win many games, but I wouldn't count on that tonight. Nashville's playing pretty well, actually. In their last 6, they've gone 4-1-1, so they're certainly not tanking.
John, as the Blues-Preds rivalry cooled off a little bit, it felt like for a minute there was a pretty good intensity, and maybe even the cities were kind of sniping at each other, and then they put up, what was it, conference or whatever champions, one to the banner people made fun of. But do you sense that it's died down a little bit, these two teams?
Yeah, I think so. The Blues had that great run, and, of course, they did meet in the playoffs one time. I think it was in 17
maybe?
or so, right. Yeah, that's the only time in their history that they've played the Preds in the playoffs, and it's really too bad because it's such an easy drive, obviously, for Blues fans and such a fun city down here in Nashville. But the Predators did have a great run last year, and they went by the Blues, and they made the playoffs. And this year it's sort of the opposite. The Blues now with a late-season run, and the Predators, as I said, are going to miss. But, yeah, I think that it has died down, and I'm quite honestly surprised the Predators are where they are. Again, a team that last year made the playoffs. They had 99 points, and they added Jonathan Marchessault from Vegas and Steven Stamkos from Tampa Bay. I thought they were a lock to make the playoffs. It goes to show what I know about hockey, right?
Yeah, and now they're worse. What's happened? They just kind of get old? Some of their players are a little old. Yeah, they did get a little old, and, Forsberg is not a young kid anymore. Neither is O'Reilly. Yossi, obviously, is getting up in age. And, we've only seen them one time. The Blues beat them 7-4 back on December 27th. And to me, from that one game, and again, it's only a small sample size, obviously, but they don't have the speed that they had in past years. And again, Marchessault and Stamkos are great players. Stamkos is a lock as a Hall of Famer, but they're not the fastest guys. So, maybe that's part of it. Excuse me, that they don't have quite the speed that they had in past years. But also, you add big players like that. Sometimes it takes a while for the chemistry to kick in, and it really hasn't kicked in this year for whatever reason.
John, Braden Shen, of course, had the big night Sunday, the celebration of his 1,000th game, a fight, a goal, the family, all of that. But it seems like just in general, he's been trending up even before the deadline passed. But maybe there's a moment where the whole team kind of sees, all right, he didn't get traded, he didn't want to get traded, and that maybe kind of relieves some of the tension in the room that, hey, we're going to lose our captain. What do you think has changed for Shen really over the last couple of weeks?
Well, quite honestly, I don't think he's really changed much at all. He's played the same way. As a matter of fact, the day of the trade deadline on March 7th, the Blues played in Anaheim. He had 2 goals that night. So, he doesn't change things. And last game against the Ducks, as you said, he got honored in that great ceremony and then scores 41 seconds in and then gets a fight sticking up for Kyrou. That's just a typical Braden Shen game. He's always been team first. And he's just a leader, and that's why he's wearing the C. So his line with Holloway and Kyrou has been together now for over 2 months, and they have been fantastic. So, I don't know how close Braden Shen came to getting traded. I do know he has full no-trade protection, so perhaps he could have used that to block a trade. I don't know. But I'm really happy personally that he didn't get traded. I think he's obviously a big part of this team.
John, one of the things that we'll discuss with the guys who played, who join us here, whether it be Vitale, whether it be Rivers, is the value of playoff experience. So even if the Blues weren't to go deep, a number of guys, because the organization hasn't been there since that Avs series 3 years ago, would get that experience. And oftentimes that helps lay the foundation for a team when those guys begin to mature to have the experience to go deeper into the Stanley Cup playoffs. In your tenure as a broadcaster, both of the Blues and then also the Avs, have you seen that be an intangible that actually plays a role in a team when they do mature, actually have playoff success?
Yeah, Tim, the one thing to me that sort of sticks out over the years and it really applies to the Blues as well, is teams that go deep and win sometimes have to get rid of the scar tissue with some tough losses and some tough playoff losses. And that certainly was the case for the Blues in the teens, losing to L.A. and Chicago those years, going to the third round in 16. They had a lot of scar tissue going into 19, and obviously it came together and they won. I think that is an issue. But you look at this Blues team, and I'm excited if they do get in. I think that they could do some damage, and I say that because, number one, they have a championship-caliber goaltender who's a big money goalie, as we know. But the main reason I say that is their defense. They have people like Fowler, Leddy, Falk, Parayko, Suter, all guys that have played either over 1,000 games or close to 1,000 games. They're going to have the most experienced defense in the playoffs, and they have Binnington in goal. Now, the question, if they get in, can they score enough goals to beat the top teams? But I really like the experience they have on defense and Binnington in goal.
When you're in Nashville, do you hit the country music bar scene pretty hard there on Broadway?
Good question.
I've been known to do that before.
Have you?
Yeah, I love country music, and the live country music down here is fantastic. But, I was a good doobie last night. We have a big game tonight, so you got to watch yourself, guys. You got to pick your spots, right?
I guess you do.
Doug, John's
Even
got
an
the morning skate,
Irishman
too.
on St. Patrick's Day. Look at the discipline we're seeing here.
That's a little appalling, honestly.
I feel like Cam Jansen, Joey Vitale, probably not that disciplined if I had to guess. I don't know.
Yeah, John's not going to talk about what goes on the road.
No, I don't know.
What happens on the road stays on the road. Right? Just like Vegas.
Yeah. John, we always enjoy the conversation. Blues and Predators tonight. Puck drop 7 p.m. They try to continue this heater and find themselves in the Stanley Cup playoffs. John, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for the time this morning.
Okay, guys, we'll talk to you next week.
Looking forward to it. That's John Kelly with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos here on TMA. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and you are welcome to get involved in a myriad of ways by calling in 314-974-0101, by texting in. Save it in your phone, then you're just texting in and you're a friend of the feather. 314-399-9646. Emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. And then that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 248 friends have gathered and they're talking about a NCAA tournament pool that they've created in the TMA Discord. Is anybody in the TMA Discord? I didn't know about the TMA Discord.
No.
Is this like another fan page?
Probably closer to the Reddit.
Oh, really?
If I had to guess.
How is Discord and Slack, Doug? I don't
know what those
Slack
things
I've
are.
never understood. Discord's just like another instant messaging, and you can have group calls. It's very popular in video game circles. If a bunch of your buddies are playing video games, you can all hop on this thing and play together.
Doesn't really happen for me as much as I'd like it to.
Sure. You wanted to play Fortnite against the neighbor kids.
I did.
Doug plays Minecraft exclusively while microdosing.
I don't do a lot of microdosing.
Okay.
Brandon Baker says there's 2 brackets available in the Discord.
Okay.
Doug, you want both of them?
I don't want any of them.
I got in Cal Kennedy's bracket yesterday.
Oh, did you?
St. Gabriel's. That's a tradition.
You have Gabe's winning it all?
Gabe's.
I have St. Gabriel's in a play-in game replacing Xavier.
You should be like the West Virginia Attorney General and demand that St. Gabriel's gets into the NCAA tournament.
We demand to know what the requirements are.
22-0 in quad 1 wins against St. Raphael.
Brandon Baker says one of the TMA Discord tournament pools is for bragging rights and another is to benefit American Legion Baseball.
Oh, okay.
It's nice.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
American
YouTube
Legion
chat.
Baseball isn't as big as it once was. It used to be the only.
It was Legion
really
Ball, then
baseball.
Slava Ball.
Slava came afterwards, I think. Now Slava, I think, is big or bigger than American Legion Ball in most areas. Certainly it is here.
I was on the St. Louis Sabres, and by on, I mean I sat on the bench and ate gobstoppers and wasted my summers in Lime at Heine Miney. But I did enjoy the Rabid Dogs. I will say that. I did enjoy the Rabid Dogs in the outfield.
They didn't let you play on the
Legion
team?
developed Steve Sachs, Chuck Knobloch, Rick Ankiel disease from second base, and as you know, that's one of the toughest throws in the game.
Long throw. It's, 30 feet or so? You can't be expected to throw a ball that far accurately.
I feel like you're laughing at my youthful, outside of the growth spurt, not really leading to where I was hoping it would, outside of the involuntary celibacy Then I picked up the inability to make the throw from second base to first base. But again, I got to spend my summers in Lime while eating gobstoppers.
It's an awkward throw.
Thank you, Jackson. Look at Jackson's support. Doug. You laugh at it, Jackson's support.
Well, you can't fully rear back and throw it. But
Yes,
you also,
you can, and that's what you need to do is rear back and throw the thing. Because if you try to soft toss it over there or finesse it over there, you'll throw it away. That's why they tell pitchers on a ground ball to the mound, don't just lob the ball at first, throw it. You know where it's going when you throw it.
Tell John Lester that.
Joaquin Anar would throw it 200 miles an hour from 2 feet away. First base.
He also had a violent swing when he was up at the plate. I don't know how to break this to you guys, but I'm spring breaking in Sanibel, and no one here has heard of Sharon. That is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, that's from Bazooka Tooth 75, and now he is starting to call into question the legitimacy of Sharon being in Sanibel.
Why would they have heard of her?
Who would he ask?
I like the visual of somebody going around, hey, how you doing? From
Yeah.
St. Louis. You heard of Sharon down here, huh?
It's not like there's like a general store or a saloon that you can go.
It is. I'm going to Google Sanibel General Store.
Good morning. One of the dudes on my Legion team is an 18-year-old slept with our manager's wife. Thanks. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Really?
Wow.
I find that hard to believe. Whenever I read those stories about school teachers sleeping with students, you've got to be kidding me. That can't possibly actually be happening.
No.
And yet, apparently, it does.
Jackson.
Yes, sir.
There's Bailey's General Store on Sanibel Island.
I go to Bailey's on a regular basis. I think it might have gotten destroyed by the hurricane, though.
A lot of stuff there.
Oh,
did.
temporarily closed.
There you go.
Bailey's General. You said there's no general store. Maybe our listeners are outside the general store.
But I don't know if it's like a town square where
I'm kidding.
You go ask,
Floyd the Barber,
right?
Seen Sharon,
like a gazebo at the community
Floyd
park.
the Barber, DBA, Bazooka Tooth 75, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Jackson, our entire company is on Slack. It's very useful. It's corporate-wide instant messenger. What is so difficult for Libby Lunardi to understand about it? That's from Eric in the Central West.
But there's like channels and like, isn't that just another word for like different groups that you're in? Like Slack channel? I don't know. Group me. We always use group me in college.
I think we had Slack at Channel 4 for a while.
I
always said, hey, I'm sitting 5 feet away from you. Why don't you just turn and tell me?
Is Microsoft Teams similar? I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't think so. Microsoft Teams is like Zoom.
Okay, got it.
I'm open to joining. I prefer when I'm interacting with people that we're using our real names.
Well, that's going to be a tall task.
Okay, I guess I'm out then, Doug. You can get in on this, though. All the madness of March is here, and you can hang out with Brandon Kiley, Alex Ferrario, and Jamie Rivers this Saturday at Max downtown in Alton, Illinois for a Circus Sports Illinois watch party. Come enjoy great food, cold drinks, prize giveaways, and nonstop basketball action. Plus, download the Circus Sports Illinois app and get in on the games while watching it all unfold live. It's all happening this Saturday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. with BK, Alex, and Rivs at Max downtown in Alton, Illinois with Circus Sports. Get more details at 101ESPN.com. It happened, Doug. The coach's wife was, and then he gives the names of the people involved.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, boy.
Ryan was the first name. I don't know if you know him. Coach would always party with us, and, well, cocaine led to MILF action. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, who declared yesterday that Jackson was the Antichrist.
How old are the kids involved? We got cocaine in the middle of this?
Yeah, it's getting worse every time he writes in something.
Wow. That's obviously a matter of
And this
opinion.
was high school age?
Ryan in Breezy Point. What's up, Ryan?
I think my favorite is the guy said, you want me to come down there, Mike? He does not want me to come down there.
I think it was on one of his last days on WFAN, and this guy was a big fan.
He wanted to come down. He just seemed so earnest, didn't he? I was like, hey, you want to come down there, Mike? Like if you'd met him.
Hey, I want to ask you a big favor. How about I come up to the station on Friday? Could I come up and meet you?
No.
Cut him out right there.
Come up to meet you. So excited. And just swatted down kind of like Larry Nickel did to Doug.
Email into the program, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Text into the program. Save it in your phone. The Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And then you can get in that YouTube chat and talk it over with the friends. 260 are now in there, Doug.
Really?
Yeah, they want to get in on that Discord. YouTube.com/TMASTL. And I see Chairman Kurtz in there talking it over with the people. Good conversation this morning, Chairman?
I had to swat away some slander on my name in there. But
no.
Pretty good. He claims it was just a poorly worded sentence, but
So Jackson has been slandered, and now Chairman Kurt has been slandered.
That's right. Slander, I don't. Would that be libel? Did you write it? Either way.
Slander
semantics.
is the oral, and libel is the written?
Yeah. Could I sue Tim for slander for saying it?
Oh, that's interesting. Take them all down. 2-2-2-2-2-2-2-2.
Well, you can't, got to shoot the score.
Pucks on net.
Yeah, peas on ends. Chairman, that's a buttery hat you're wearing right there.
Buttery. That is nice. You can get yours at tmastlshop.com. I got one on too, right?
Yeah, very nice.
I
just love the color of that one. It's very smooth.
All right, I'll turn around. Wet gray.
Oh, that's with the rope.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
You go rope hat, don't you?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Rope hat kind of came back in vogue 5 years ago.
Yeah, some of the rope/golf hats that they're throwing out now, like MLB does one with the Cardinals. It's like the flattest flat bill, and you can't bend it. It's like stiff as a board. I wonder.
Anthony Reyes, Game 1, 2006 World Series.
Yeah, but that's like a new era. That's a big fitted cap. This is like it's like a small crown and then a really long flat bill. It looks goofy. It looks like Smalls from Sandlot with that fish hat.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah. What are you wearing today? What's on there?
Yeah, what does that say? Who are you advertising for?
This is an advertisement. New Rochelle Challenger from the film Challengers.
And that's the one where the two guys hook up with the girl in tennis?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this was a golf tournament, tennis tournament.
Is that some movie YOLA you got?
Not YOLA.
Like a screening?
They're not paying me. I wish. Luca Guadagnino. But no, this is the tennis tournament which they play in the movie Challengers. So it's some movie merch.
Okay. Movie merch.
My word. How long ago did that movie come out?
It came out in 2024, about a year ago.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, spring 2024.
How about, I don't have budget. I got box office. They don't have budget.
The budget is just whatever the studio says. Like
I know it's not accurate. It's like that celebrity net worth. Okay, budget on Challengers. I got it.
Expensive lead actress, so I'll say $22 million.
$55 million.
Wow.
Box office 96.
Wow.
Still worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. The movie's awesome.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Teams is a communication chat app, but has video conferencing options. It's from the 618.
We have that at the 2 Fox. It's more of a messaging thing. And the sports guys are the worst. They'll forget something like, well, it was in your Teams. And we're like, oh, crap. After about 2 years, Charlie goes, do I have a Teams account? I'm like, dude, they've been messaging you like 100 straight days.
I was listening to some TMA all day, and there was something, I think it was the guy who would always call and say, tell him good luck. And Charlie said after like 5 years of working at Fox 2 that he had never set up his voicemail at his office.
Rope hats are like needlepoint belts. They're so dumb, but alas, of course, Libby Lunardi loves them. That's from Eric in the Central West End. He just doesn't like anything you like.
Yeah, it's such a pleasant thing. What a disposition.
And you two
Wouldn't you want to be him?
And you two have met?
Yeah, several times.
And Jackson finds him attractive.
Can't deny it.
But are the conversations pleasant when you're together?
It's been a minute, but yeah, I assume.
Is it shtick, or does he really not like you?
I assume the former.
That was the first thing I said. Okay, shtick. Thanks.
Shtick, yeah.
I had to workshop that.
Tim showing his age using Discord to describe the chat despite there being an actual social media called Discord where people go and chat. LOL.
No.
Doug, that's from Jub the Rub.
No, that person misunderstood Tim there. Tim was talking about Discord, not discourse.
That's correct. Now, with that said, I am a 48-year-old married father of two. I am not one of the cools. Doug, I want to state that again.
Okay.
48-year-old father of two.
Not one of the cools.
Not one of the cools.
Oh.
Married for 14 years. It's just not. I'm not out there dialed in. And candidly, I think I might be the least active on social media of everybody in this room. Doug, you're pretty inactive.
Yeah, I don't do much.
I think somebody tweeted at me not that long ago and said, "What happened to Doug on Twitter?"
Doug, what happened to you?
They was looking for you.
I don't.
Seems like
I don't know.
Have you
feel like
scaled
more
back?
hot takes?
Not being on social media is one of the most liberating things I can tell you I've experienced in the last decade. Purchasing a Sybian would be number one.
Brian Huffman, was it Huffman, the longtime producer with Frank, whose actually his name was Hoffman, but Frank called him Huffman for 10 years?
Yes.
He got off social media completely.
Oh, and he was a great follower.
Yeah, he was kind of fun.
Great baseball.
He loved kind of poking the Cardinals. He would
had
get
no
riled.
filter. Tee-hee. He would say anything.
And he told me, he said, I just couldn't do it anymore, and it was taking up too much time, and it was just too toxic. And I think he has found it to be rather liberating.
Yeah, like for like me and Brian when he was working, like you kind of have to be able to follow this stuff and do kind of what we do.
I just retweet whatever Jackson and Chairman Kurt send out there.
For sure.
Or collaborate on Instagram.
But for like producing wise, like you kind of have to be to know what's going on. But it's like as soon as I'm not doing this anymore,
wow, he's counting the days down.
Our producer before Jackson Martin was a gentleman by the name Gangster Pete. I believe he was on Joe Buck's Mount Rushmore of TMA producers last Friday.
Yeah.
And the moment he walked out of the building, he deleted his.
He definitely got off the fan page.
He got off the TMA fan page. That was his
burned rubber out of that parking lot in Kirkwood.
I'm telling you, this show will just ruin your brain. I look up every once in a while, and you're talking about sports and having a Twitter handle. I've got a page for Piglet open. I've got a page for Sam Rockwell open. I've got a page for Dusty Rhodes.
Why do you keep opening new tabs? Why don't you just use the same one?
I've got Napoleon Dynamite. I've got a shot of Vince McMahon's skunk hair. And none of this has to do with playing the Predators tonight.
No.
Not one of them.
No. If you're not on social media, Tim, you're going to miss out on the downfall of humanity in real time. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
Well, in one sense, it is important to be on there because that's where so many people get the news nowadays. It's where they see what's going on in the world. Whether it's true or not, that's still where they see it.
Yeah, God bless them.
Unfortunate that's
fine
how
for
it's
them. I don't
evolved.
really care.
Yeah.
It's not something that I really need in my life. It's been more of a negative. So why invite it in? And I can speak to I can recall being active on it, and I can now not being active on it, and I enjoy the latter much more. But you know what I say? Some people like some things.
Some people don't like other things.
And don't forget to get that Easy Pass for parking downtown. Producer Joe, who would only come on the show if he could plug the Easy Pass. And then even texted me and said, "Here's a good way to lead into it." I'm like, I think
this guy, he's still producing.
I'm like, I think I can bring it up without you coaching me up on how to do it.
It's TMA. You're welcome to participate in the program. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text and save it in your phone. You can interact with the program, attack us. Whatever blows your hair back, it's welcome. And then you got the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And, of course, calling in via the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We're Pestis from Festus. Called in and let us know it's going to snow. And then I was looking up. We have the two Fox in the studio up here, and they did have snow flurries in the forecast. Pestis from Festus broke the story.
Thursday morning.
That's right.
Thursday a.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. Kelly Chase is going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. Always look forward to Chaser being on the program. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, some people call it Snooks. I call it Schnooks. Stop by your neighborhood friendly Schnooks, and not only are you buying groceries, you're saving money. You're saving money on 2,300 different items throughout the store. They got together and said, we get it. Grocery prices are going up. It's the supplier, and they're doing their best to keep the prices down themselves. So when you walk into the store, you'll notice all around every aisle there are items marked down, 2,300 items all told. That includes the Jackson Stoke Cold Brew coffee.
That's on this morning, Martin.
Did you? Stoke Cold
got
Brew.
it from Schnooks.
You did. Look at you. Schnooks is bound to have lowered prices on something on your grocery list. You can also check out the digital shelf tags around the store, find tons more items, all with lower prices. You already have a Schnooks in your neighborhood. You know it's the friendliest store in town. Now it's a store saving you money during these tough times while grocery shopping. Everyday savings you can count on at your local Schnooks. New lower prices every day on 2,300 items.
Loverman, where can you be?
I don't know where he is.
Text in, Loverman. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store. Sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour, and Kelly Chase going to be with us coming up here in, Doug, I'll tell you 8 minutes.
Okay.
And I always love talking it over with Chaser.
Well, sure, we all do. Yeah.
I mean, the guy can tell a story like nobody's
Yes, he
business.
can.
That's what I would tell you. Guys, I'm not from Festus, but this show inspired me to eat a salad yesterday, and that's a true story. And I want to let you know it was nice. That's from the 636. Somebody texted in, maybe?
Might have been an email.
Email?
Yeah.
And demanded that the listeners from Festus eat salads?
Have you guys ever heard? I saw it the other day at the grocery store. Ham salad. You ever seen ham salad?
Little bits of ham in a salad?
No, it looks like blended ham and mayonnaise.
Yeah, well, I mean it's like chicken salad, but it's ham salad. For some reason, though, ham salad just
it looked
doesn't
like cat food.
Yeah. Do you like ham salad? Put it up on the poll there, KG.
Yeah, if someone likes it, I'd like to hear.
Chairman's going to pass on it.
Put it up on the board.
He's got his arms full. What's the problem? Is this YouTube chat? Doug, it's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Is it causing some problems?
Oh no, there's just a little hat debate going on.
Debate. What is the hat debate?
They don't like the rope you're wearing?
They're debating the age cutoff for flat bills and backwards hats, and there's good discussion like that.
What is the cutoff age?
What have we come up with? What's the consensus after this research?
I say if you want to wear your hat backwards, I don't care how old you are, wear it backwards.
Would you look at Doug differently if he came in with his hat on backwards?
You would.
You would.
Be off-brand.
You'd say, what
about me?
Depends on the situation.
Now, what would the situation be?
If you're going go-karting.
Go-karting? What?
Yeah, well, your hat would fall off
What made you
otherwise.
think go-karting?
Why would it fall off otherwise?
The wind.
Have you ever been on a go-kart?
Yes.
Every year, for my son's birthday, he wants to go to Swing Around Fun Town.
Ooh, little boats.
And that would fall into the category of go-karting, would it not?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So that, if it's
Kind of
really
sad when Tim doesn't get to go on the ride because, the height thing and all that.
Unbelievable.
That's low-hanging fruit, Mom.
Oh, KG, part of the alliance.
Chairman. I got to tell you, the alliance has got even closer right there.
really windy on the driving range. It's a good time to go hat backwards. Similar reasoning.
Huh. Maybe just take the hat off if it had.
What if your head is lopsided?
Right.
All the more reason not to wear the hat.
Don't the pro golfers go backwards hat when it's raining real hard too? They don't want
so that the water doesn't fall in their eyes. That's another scenario. Good call there, Chairman.
Are all, pragmatic, but fashion-wise. Like, I don't like the Dan Quinn look. The guy on foul territory does it. It kind of affects my enjoyment of the video.
With an MLB fitted cap going hat backwards is bad luck.
Flat bills are never the play unless you're drinking a Monster Energy, have your eyebrow pierced, and are wearing an Ed Hardy T-shirt. Doug, that's from I'm a Bad Boy and I'm testing things.
The move is
the look.
Getting a flat bill and then having the store bend it so that it looks good.
Why don't you bend it your own darn self?
Well, because you have to steam it. For the true flat bills.
Things in Ladue are so different than they are in Tam
I'm telling you, no.
Steam it?
Yes, if it's like a true flat bill, like a new era flat bill, you gotta steam the bill and then wrap it around a water bottle with a rubber band to get it to actually bend. I'm serious.
You don't want that point. You don't want it to come.
Right, exactly. You got a teepee on your head.
But were they coming after you, KG, in the hat you're wearing?
No. I think it was just a hat discussion, kind of in general. My hat kind of spawned it, but it wasn't directed.
You got a nice hat, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And as a former flat biller, I think it is kind of passe, but some people.
Shot at Anthony Reyes out of nowhere again. Second straight segment. Well, he got a great win against Justin Verlander in 2006. He can wear whatever he wants. That's what I
For a
say.
while, people were wearing the flat bills, and they'd keep the sticker on the hat. Remember those days?
Yeah, that was tough. Mount Rushmore of Cardinals to wear number 23.
Ted Simmons.
D. Freeze.
Bernard Gilkey.
Marcelo Ozuna.
It's pretty
He
good.
misjudged a fly ball, but at least climbed the wall to the delight of the opposite team in the bullpen as they giggled like schoolgirls when he fell off the wall and the ball fell in front of him.
You see Altuve do something similar against the Cardinals?
In fairness, at least he was a second baseman up until the spring, or somehow Ozuna won a gold glove the year before. Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, your customers, and your property. And that's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit the edfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Kelly Chase joining us in a matter of moments here on The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Friend of the show, Robert Thomas, does their television commercials. He's also on the website. We're talking about Auto Loan Pro, a chance for you to not only get into a new vehicle, but also to get your life, your credit back on track. They're so interested in helping you, they've created a free playbook. You can find that at autoloanpro.com. Check out the website, download the free playbook, learn how it all works when it comes to accumulating your credit and your ability to buy a car. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 lenders. They're going to get you the best financing available. There is one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes pro to do it right. Make sure you go online, download the free playbook. Bob Thomas right there on the website as well. In the market for a new car, no matter what your credit is, Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get into a new vehicle. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues taking on the Predators tonight. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Those are their Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour on TMA. He's online at evergreenstl.com. And if you would like to talk to him, it's a phone call that'll make you feel better about the world. 314-889-0503. Doug, you've described him as a life Sherpa who can guide you through the
mountainous terrain of something or other.
Life,
that's right.
Yeah, he really is a great guy, and everybody needs a financial advisor. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. Can't say enough good things about him. I really can't. I've gotten to know him over the last 7-8 years. Think the world of him. I'm telling you, go back to my 20s. If you could, just let me meet Mark Hanna. And Doug, it would have just changed the world because he's a sharp guy who can guide you for your short-term plans and long-term plans.
And
Mark Hanna, Evergreen STL, and through the mountains. EvergreenSTL.com, 314-889-0503, 9 o'clock hour sponsor. It is our pleasure to welcome to TMA the great Kelly Chase. Morning, Chaser.
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
How are you doing, man?
I'm hanging tough.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly where the script was supposed to be written up, but I'm getting there, I guess.
Well, I want to ask, how you're doing, of course, but what's going on? As you can imagine, the audience is certainly interested in how your health is.
Yeah, well, everything was cruising along just fine. I had my transplant on the 19th of December, and everything was looking up in a positive manner, and then I got the graft host disease, which is kind of a mix mosh of your enzymes in your body fighting internally and scrapping it out and trying to decide who's going to take over the ability to manage your stomach, and it became very evident very quickly that it was going to be very painful, and so I've been in the hospital the last almost 3 weeks, and trying to calm this craziness in my stomach with the nausea and all of the other things that go along with it, and just trying to get it at peace so that I can start the healing process here again.
So this is part of the bone marrow after the transplant. Just it's kind of like settling into your system. Is that? I don't know how to phrase it properly.
Yeah, it's called the bone host graft disease. So what it is it basically is your enzymes inside your body. You're fighting off my brothers, and they're trying to find an equal footing to kind of get along. And if you know anything about me and my brother, that could take some time. But it's been a real battle, to be honest with you. I've probably lost 40 pounds and just had some tricks and some things that have gone wrong with it. And so trying to battle through it and get myself in a position where every day gets a little stronger and you feel a little bit better and you can keep food down and you don't have the same sort of lack of energy. And so with the big cancer game coming up on the 5th, no more motivation than that to try and get myself strong enough so that I can be a part of it.
Tell us more about that game. Who else coming in?
Well, Doug, I'll be there. So if,
that's a good start.
Power skating at its best with figure skates on. You'll see it there. We reached out to a different cast of alumni this time. I think we try to bring in guys that people haven't seen in the past and try and say, wow, there's last year Shanny and whoever, and this year maybe Scotty Young and different guys that you hadn't seen for it. Mark Bergevin's going to play. Al Prongs, Walt, all those guys will be on the bench. Holly Quenville will be back. I've asked Johnny Elway, who's a friend of mine, if he'd come in and coach. John thinks he's going to be able to make it. Turks Bentley's going to play in the game again. Trevor Rosen from Old Dominion, he's going to skate in the game and hopefully play. I've got my buddy Dave Coulier coming back. Chelios is playing, him and Belfort for Chicago. So just a good grouping of guys, like a great grouping of guys, just a good, solid grouping of guys that are going to help coach and have some laughs. And at the end of the day, raise some money. And the whole key is look, let's get the money raised for the internal research. And since last year, guys that stood up for us just at the end of the puck drop, 5 guys are sick, and it's weird because Coulier's got cancer now. Troy Volhofer, who was with the Penguins and part of my upbringing with my roommate in junior, he's got it, and Troy Murray still has it, and Darren Kimmels has come back, and Brian Boyle will be there, and Tony Granato will be there. And so to see all of the guys that are being affected by it year in and year out, you kind of go, holy shit, like maybe we got to be paying more attention to some of the stuff that we do. And so for that, I've been lucky. I got a great group of guys that are going to stand behind me, and should be fun.
Get your tickets now. Puck Cancer. It's the second shift. This is going to be on Friday, April 4th at Centene Community Ice Center. Chaser with the Blues alumni, Blackhawk alumni. It was a great event last year. Here we go. Second shift, Puck Cancer on Friday, April 4th. Did you say John Elway in there, Chaser?
Yeah, Elway's going to come in and coach.
How do we know John? Not we, I mean you, but us. Friend of the show?
He is now. No, he's a Gaza Ranch with us. He golf all summer, so we just got a great grouping of guys. So I know Coach Payton's having turf toe fixed. So he was whining a little bit about not being able to fly, but if Elway comes and brings his plane, well, maybe I can trick Coach into jumping on that plane, and there won't be any whining and getting Coach back. And,
you have to make these. You make these arrangements while you're there in the hospital bed. You on the phone all day doing this.
Oh yeah, I talked Billy Bush into playing the other day. He was getting a little smart with me, and I said, "Well, why aren't you playing?" He goes, "The Bushman can play. Bushman's up for it." I said, "Okay, well, we'll see." So then he's been calling around trying to get out of it with certain guys. He's been cutting them off at the pass. So I don't know whether Billy will play coach or not. I know he has I know there's something important in his family or the funeral or something. So whether he makes it or not, I'm not positive. But I do know that he is a hockey player and he has shot his mouth off in the past. Well, playing now, J.J. Watt, on the other hand, he has his wife's coach's reunion. Otherwise, he was going to play in it. And he goes, "I'm actually disappointed you never asked me to skate." I said, "If you read the text, I did ask you to skate, but I said it's more likely that you just want to be on the coaching side of it, whereas not to get hurt by one of the hockey players." So,
JJ Watt.
just setting it up for next season.
Unbelievable. And how about your visitor list on a daily basis? I know Monty's been there a bunch, and Gretzky. And are you still having a parade of visitors? Probably more than they want you to have.
Probably more than they want me to have. And anytime, like, I want to go on a phone call or if I want to, like, do an interview with you guys, they just turn one of these bloody machines on and they beep all damn day. and then it's their cue to just, hey, we don't want them on the machine. You could shut this machine off. That's how you can help. Thank you.
barking out orders. Now, normally we would mock that in the background there, but of course, situation being what it is, and I knew Chaser at some point was going to punch the machine or get something done to it.
I just about had it.
Just about had it.
And the funny thing is like, no, not 3 minutes before you called, I said, hey, I'm going to do an interview in here, so if we could just clear the deck outside and just make sure that this thing doesn't go off, that'd be a great sign. He could just keep the people away just for 3 minutes, and we got the sign done, or we got the interview done. That would be a fantastic way to just, help me out here. No. You got any good long questions you guys want to ask?
This would be the chance here.
I only asked for 15 minutes so I could do a radio interview, and it just kept beeping away.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Hey, are you passing the time? Let me see if I can lengthen this, Tim.
Nice.
The National Hockey League is a hockey conference with a number of teams. One of them includes the St. Louis Blues, who were I could do like a Jay Randolph Sr. Well, the Blues started in the late 60s, of course, played at the old barn, and then we get to Chaser, number 39. And then we ask him, what do you think of the current squad? Are you enjoying the team right now, the rise?
You somehow forgot to talk about the Solomons and you left out the Solomons.
Oh, the Solomons, yeah. Almost moved to Saskatoon. Remember the bumper stickers around town? Where the hell is Saskatoon? And then years later, we'd get Braden Shen was from the
Sasky.
Yeah. Oh, it all goes back to the Sasky boys stick together. Chaser knows that. But have you been enjoying the current push by the team?
No, I have been. I mean, I think they've been playing really well, and on top of it all, the core that needed to stay here to teach anybody, kind of the core that, is most important to what you want in St. Louis hockey. Like, it's like, I'm stopping because I actually have to laugh right now.
The machine's going off again.
I know.
Well, if you need it, it's fine.
Yeah.
Put your health at risk.
Okay. Have you ever punched a machine?
No, but I will throw one of them out a window.
I think you got it.
I'll actually put this on pause.
What's that machine doing? What's it supposed to be doing?
Just keeping my heart going. That's all, Doug.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that it's not absolutely vital. Don't turn it off.
Well, I think this show should be the priority, clearly.
Listen, you know what? No, everybody's been great here, and we're pulling out needles now. This one's probably sedate me so that I don't say any more shit. About them on the air. But.
Oh, now we hear the nurse.
Yeah. No, but they've done a really good job, and this game here, I think, again, going back to it, as athletes, we a mile wide and an inch deep, and we never dig in, and here we are having the opportunity to some meaningful money into research so that we know exactly where it goes, and it gives the people here the opportunity to raise some money that otherwise wouldn't go directly to what they're trying to work towards, which is finding a cure, rather than, okay, we need $8 million for a parking structure and $6 million for the entranceway, and we have to put in 3 different, machines. This is going 100% to research, along with the Blues for Kids, and so last year we were able to raise just under $1 million for it. And we expect that trend to continue this year.
Nice. Well, and last year you're out there skating. We want to see you skating this year, too. You got to get out of there and get the skates on.
But I'm going to do everything I can to put a pair of skates on and make at least one shift.
Yeah.
But this one's going to be a little bit of a harder battle. This one here, it's taking its toll out of me. I'm not going to lie to you. The education part of staying away from the bed and getting up and keeping active worked for the first year and a bit. when I came in this time after the transplant, I just literally didn't have the energy to. Well, first of all, I wasn't making sense enough to even know my name when I came in here the last time. So much less getting the exercise in that I do. But I'm now starting to come around a little on that, and hopefully, I can get out and get a shift or two in. I'll just pump the puck up to Emerson and let him take it and meet him down at the other end.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
How are you keeping your spirits up? I know we talked when you were going into this process and you felt like you were bigger, stronger than the last time around. Obviously, it's taken its toll. How do you keep your mindset strong?
Mm-hmm. Oh. I choke on water. It's funny because you don't really know what's around the corner a little bit, you know. So what I was prepared for last time was, I think I was prepared to a point of it, and then with the grab host, I was nowhere near where I needed to be as far as physically strong enough to be able to adapt to what was coming on to me, because I was so sick. I was just sick beyond compare, and I, you know, it's almost disgusting, but it's almost like true circle. My poor kid here, he says, "Want to go for a walk, Dad?" I said, "Sure." I get out in the hallway and I stand there for a second. I said, "Uh-oh, I got to go to the bathroom." And you just lose complete control of your bodily functions, so you're completely sick. Imagine in every way possible. And you can just stand there and he looks at you and he's like, "What do I need to do, Dad?" I said, "I guess you need to grab me a couple blankets, buddy." And I turn around, walk back into the room and spend the next 45 minutes cleaning up. And the end of the day, so you ask the strength of the fight, or, you know, you can be as strong and as powerful as you want, but when it takes away your ability to function internally, it really knocks the heck out of you, and that's when you got to go, "Oh, I may have bit off more than I can chew. This is no joke this time." So for all those folks that have it, I understand why they're tied to the bed as much as they are, and the ones that are trying to get over it, just keep battling, because you do get to the other side of it, I think, and it just has to be a little bit of a process there where you just kind of try and hold your own, and if you can, you know, do that, the adversity part of it that you're facing that's probably the hardest part of it.
Blues Blackhawks alumni coming together, helping Chaser out to raise money for Siteman Cancer Center. Again, it's Puck Cancer, second shift, such a big hit last year. April 4th this year, that's a Friday night at Centene Community Ice Center to get your tickets to support the cause. Great night of hockey and fun. And when you get the hockey guys together, when they play, when they're current players, they tell great stories. And then when they're alumni, even more fun to get the group together. I had Belfour on the radio last year. He was great. So I think Blues fans might be surprised. So it's a fun night. If you can, get involved. $50 for a ticket. You want to do the VIP where you're hanging with all these great players. That's $500. Last year it sold out. So get those tickets now. Friday, April 4th.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, you guys. And I got to tell you, last year was so much fun. So many different things happened that we were like, just spur of the moment stuff, you know, like Garth just running out into the crowd and just taking pictures with everybody. We hope he comes back. We're hoping to have him. He hasn't said much yet. And I love the guy to death. And Dirk singing and the pipers and all of the things that went on with the game, I think made it special. But I think the community of St. Louis is what's a game changer, to be honest with you. The community of St. Louis, and the way they treat people and the way that they the way that they integrate people into their like take people in. You see the players from out of town come in and go, is this like all the time? And we're like, every time we do an event. So, we have a tendency of just bringing more and more people. And, that event probably spurred 6 or 7 former players saying, hey, I'm considering coming back to St. Louis when I retire. And they're all off that 19 team, which won the Cup. Now, you can't ask for a better representation of your city than to know that you had that group of guys that cared so much about this team, won the Cup here, and the fans cared that much about them that they would consider making St. Louis their home. So that's a real feather in your guys' cap.
It's a great tribute to the fans of St. Louis who are all in our chat here, Chaser, both in the text line and our YouTube channel, and they are all wanting us to make sure we let you know that everybody is pulling for you, and they know you've got this thing. And to hear you pay tribute to the fans of St. Louis with what you're going through is one of the many reasons people love you. And they will support it. For those who are interested, again, it is April 4th. Kelly Chase and Puck Cancer, 7 p.m., Centene Community Center. Last year's game raised over $700,000 for Siteman Cancer Center, and we're doing it again on April 4th at Centene Center, and you can buy your tickets right now to support Kelly Chase and Puck Cancer. Chaser, it's always great to talk it over with you. Thank you so much, man, for joining us, considering everything that you're going through, and we will continue to promote the event throughout the day here on TMA and 101 ESPN.
Thanks, you guys. I would always get the support from you guys, and I always appreciate it, and I think sometimes it goes unnoticed, but I want you to know I really do appreciate it, and I'm grateful. Thanks.
Thank you, Chaser.
Thank you. We're all praying for you, and you can turn that machine back on now if you'd like.
Yeah, no sense. I'll wait for the next call.
Okay. It's Kelly Chase with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, talking it over on 101 ESPN.
I should point out the tickets are at NHL.com/Blues. So it's basically the Blues NHL site. It's real simple. If you go on there, you can click and buy the tickets.
Yep, that's correct. StLouisBlues.com is where you can see them. And you will see it on the front page. What is it? 5 down on the headlines. Puck Cancer second shift alumni game set for April 4th. And there you will find the link to buy the tickets. You are welcome to express your thoughts. Many are doing so. 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to call in, 314-974-0101. And the YouTube chat, as you can imagine, is very active after hearing Kelly Chase. I mean, here is a guy who can... You can tell he's drained of energy from what he is experiencing, and he still is able to poetically convey his love and appreciation for the fans of St. Louis and how much that support that they gave for the first one moved guys who were on that 2019 team to go, man, maybe I want to come here and live here year-round with seeing the support from the community like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was at that game. It was packed. It was packed. Between one of the periods, Dirk Bentley went out to center ice and played Drunk on a Plane all by himself, just with the guitar. It's a wild scene to see some of these people that, national celebrities just can't wait to get there and be a part of it all. And I think most of us, faced with a similar health situation that Kelly Chase is undergoing, would be worried about ourselves. And here he is worried about putting together an event to help other people. It's really
I think some Blues people had said, Chaser, take a break. Just take care of yourself. He's like, no, now is the time to do this. Now is the time. And he's friends with John Elway, and he's texting J.J. Watt. I mean,
he knows everybody.
It's unbelievable.
He's a machine. I do not know Chaser, nor have we ever met. but hearing the fight in his voice resonates on a very personal level. Wasn't ever expecting to have tears in my eyes listening to this stupid show, but here we are. Keep fighting, man. You're an inspiration to anyone who is battling cancer and anyone who has been affected by it. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Where can I send a donation? I live in Naples, Florida, and I will not be able to make it. That is from the 314. Yeah, we ought to get, I'll text and see if we can get a link so people who aren't in the area or won't be able to be there on April 4th can make a donation, because that's what this thing is all about. It's amazing how somebody who has been outgoing, as tough as Kelly Chase, can also be completely honest and vulnerable. He is a true man. That is from the 314. Kelly Chase is an inspiration. He played with passion, lives his life with passion for our community, and that's why we love him. That's from the 314. Keep fighting a good fight, Chaser. That's from the 618. Chaser fought Probert and Grimson and Twist. Cancer doesn't stand an effing chance. That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson. So all kinds of texts of support coming in for Kelly Chase and appreciation for who he is and what he is attempting to do, even though you can hear in his voice what he himself is battling, and yet he is the one who is leading the charge for this event on April 4th. I will work to get a link for where people can donate if they cannot be in attendance. But if you can be in attendance, go to stlouisblues.com. You will click the link on the headlines, and that will have the link for the tickets April 4th at the Centene Center. It is Puck Cancer, and some big-time celebrities and, of course, alumni of the Blues and Blackhawks will be in attendance. It is 9:28 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been doing it in the St. Louis area for more than 3 decades. Locally owned, family operated, and online at igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring. Michael's passion is customer service. He takes great pride at helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that is why, again, he's making sure he gets the best carpet installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. At Michael's, they have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back in style. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit them online at igotfloored.com. Welcome back. It is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Kelly Chase with us in the previous segment. If you are in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, I posted a link, and I see somebody said links don't work in a YouTube chat if you posted it. Huh. That's interesting. Then I will give you the link. Jesse Kiowski, who has handled the marketing and promotions for TMA ever since we got to Hubbard 3 years ago, sent me the link. It's stlbluesalumni.com.
I'll tweet that as well from the team.
stlbluesalumni.com, and there is a button you can click at the top of the page that says Contribute Now. So for those of you who, after hearing Kelly Chase, want to make a donation, but you're not able to be at the game on April 4th, stlbluesalumni.com is where you can go.
Okay. I've already got my tickets. I've had them for a while.
Is that right?
It's a fun night.
Friday,
it really
April
is.
4th.
Yeah. Well, we need to do that for him.
Amen.
The whole city needs to get around and sell that place out. For all he's done for St. Louis, yeah, it's the least we can do.
And his love for St. Louis, which he conveyed at the end of that conversation. So I just typed it without the link in the YouTube chat. It's stlbluesalumni.com. That is where you can go to make a donation. Because a lot of people want to donate, but they just don't live in the St. Louis area, or they're not going to be able to make it. You are welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. You are also welcome to call in or email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor of our email of the day. Martin, you're a client just like Doug and I are.
St. Louis-based business, and that's been true since 1904. I mention this because it's such an important factor. When you talk about a St. Louis-based company, did they get bought out? Out-of-town company, but they keep the name the same. Well, that's not true with Design Air. It's still family-owned and operated. Seth Goldcamp's family, now a fourth-generation family-owned St. Louis business for all your HVAC needs year-round, whether it's furnished in wintertime, air conditioning, summertime, and really right now the weather's just all over the place. But it's a good time to start thinking ahead. Get a tune-up of that AC unit before it's running nonstop. You can sign up online at Design Air Service.com for all your HVAC needs year-round. Support the sponsors. In fact, Design Air, the longest running sponsor of TMA. They bring you the email of the day. That's a buck swope vehicle many days, but not all the time. Not all the time. DesignerService.com is the website for a St. Louis-based business, longest running TMA sponsor. You roll it all together. Make sure for all your HVAC needs, it is Design Air.
Doug, producer Joe, a guest on the program for Jackson's birthday, has just texted my phone and says, please tell the old man to vote on a draft date.
I did. I said after. He said, you want to go before a certain date or after?
No, there's a different poll he's sent out a few days ago.
Tell the old man. Now, this league is off to a rough start. If this is how
it's been around for a long time, and Joe runs a tight ship.
He's cantankerous.
You are an idiot.
Oh, see there?
Oh, tell Joe to get back to peddling those easy passes. Good grief.
Yes, I'm a gentleman. I prefer a man to rub me down.
Oh.
So Joe needs you to vote. The issue is you and email. Martin, if you were to take a look at it, Doug has 30,000 emails that he hasn't read on his phone.
Yeah. They come nonstop.
Do you have
it's like every website I've ever gone to, I get their product sent to me with email marketing.
Sharper image.
It never ends.
Do you have a filter on there for the junk email where it can eliminate some of the unnecessary?
Doug, I got a website for you. I won't give them a free plug, but I'll show you. You can go on there, type in your email address, and kind of choose by clicking boxes what you no longer want to subscribe to.
Okay.
Then try unsubscribing and then finding out the next day, oh, there's another email from the one I just unsubscribed. Doesn't tend to work.
I have an email like dedicated for stuff exactly like that. Like I'm signing up for
Brazzers.
Brazzers, OnlyFans, Outback Rewards. You use the same email.
Hey, it's your boy Jax.com. You just use that.
Something like that where it's like it's meant to just flood it with nonsense.
Yeah. That's what I have. I mean, hundreds a day. Hundreds.
Well, so if somebody emails you, they're not going to be able to communicate with you.
Yeah, text me, and I'll be sure to get it. If I don't start coughing here in the middle of it.
In the search, I would say in the search engine, you just type in Joe Pelusi, Prod Joe, and see what comes up. If there's,
well, yeah,
100.
I can do that. But if you don't, if you never see it, you don't know it's there to type it up.
Well, I'm saying now that he is
I'll do it
indicated.
now. Oh,
okay,
sure
I'm just saying now that he's told us this. I also would like to apologize, Tim, to Cardinal Nation. As we're rattling off our favorite 23s, I threw out a Bernard Gilkey. We got a David Freese. Ted Simmons wore it for about...
That's what I said.
Did you say it?
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Doug said it. That was the first one.
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. I'm not getting your emails or your voice.
Text me and I'll talk dirty to you.
That. Doug, you love Bradford Doolittle's baseball power rankings?
Well, I've never heard of the fellow.
It's a good name.
I've never heard of the fellow.
Doolittle?
No, I think he made it up just for subscriptions that he signs up for. Bradford Doolittle, that's his made-up name.
I'm not taking the bait because I never know when you're joking or not.
No.
It's better to just fold than not lose the hand.
It's true. If you can't win, don't play.
He's got top 10 teams that will break out this year.
That will break out. Okay. And how are we defining breaking out? Weren't good last year, but now they are good?
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
Okay.
Who took us out?
Is that what he means by breakout?
He says the fun part is seeing teams that emerge from the morass of rational prediction and become surprise stories, the breakouts. Last year we asked, what sort of traits do breakout teams tend to share, and applied those characteristics to spit out our list. The approach worked okay. 2 of the 5 teams made major win leaps. The Mets and the Cardinals. The Red Sox improved in the win column but still landed at 500. Meanwhile, the Nationals and Pirates repeated their precise win totals from 2023. Well, at least none of the 5 we gave you got worse or collapsed. This year, we revamped our model using a simplified player-centric approach, namely, which teams have a lot of players who might break out.
I don't really understand your question.
Well, a player-centric approach to determining who are the best teams. Wow, this is really unique. Never been done before. He's actually considering what players are on the team for his poll.
We also folded in this question, what would a breakout season for a team even mean?
That was my question.
This is starting to sound like a Jackson dossier quizzical.
For teams that already project to be in the postseason, a breakout doesn't necessarily mean a greatly enhanced chance at getting into the bracket, but it might mean more of a shot at a division title, pennant, or World Series. Conversely, teams like the White Sox, a breakout might not mean much in terms of playing on when the regular season ends, and because of those lower stakes, we're not including them among the breakouts.
Okay.
2 types of team then seem built for this. Number 1, those that figure to use a lot of young players in important roles. And number 2, those with a number of key players coming off subpar seasons. Let's break down the breakouts.
Hot takes. Gosh. This feels like a guy who took too many of those tests where a train leaves from this city going 100 miles an hour, Doug, and they go for 200 miles. What city are they now in?
Right.
I love it.
Walt, do you want to fire?
Obviously, I don't think he'd have brought this Shishawali poll up if the Cardinals hadn't been mentioned somewhere.
That's correct. Nice read.
Okay.
Number 5.
All right.
Here is what Bradford Doolittle wrote. What an enigma. The 4th highest team collapse rate is the driving factor in the stability rating.
What?
I didn't understand any of that.
This Doolittle fellow, I don't know about him.
Which isn't the focus of this piece, but really stands out here.
Stands out.
So he created his own metric, and yet he's kind of amazed by the metric.
Vaughn Index does that almost daily.
Vaughn Index is accurate as heck.
It's a little easier to follow. I just look at the NHL standings.
And yet the Cardinals also have the 10th highest improve rate. Doug, you study
improve rate. This is all nonsense. It's one guy making up stats.
It's as if there are 2 different teams on one roster. Driving the happy part of this are breakout candidates Mason Wynn, Andre Palante, and Jordan Walker. In fact, Wynn's weighted breakout score makes him the 4th highest rated candidate in the majors.
Stop it.
He's got a weighted
Quit it.
breakout score.
Quit doing this. Quit it.
What about the A's, Doug?
The A's are on there.
Oh,
okay, thank
God.
you. All right, now I'm all in. I'm all
now
in.
you understand how it works.
Are they number 1?
Oh, my gosh. Listen to this guy.
Martin, the Athletics, with no city name this year, are 7. Cardinals are 5.
The A's did sign a few players, right? Signed some of their own guys to longer-term
because I think they were
contracts.
facing litigation if they didn't.
Yeah.
All right, we'll sign them. Red Sox, maybe? Kind of do.
The Boston Red Sox were on there last year. The Boston Red Sox are not on there this year.
I disagree.
You just don't get it, Martin.
Okay.
None of us get it because this is a shishawali list that's been put together by this Doolittle fellow.
Rangers.
No, I'm sorry.
Breakout. How about the
is that
Reds?
Susie and
How
the
about
Banshees?
I don't know.
Breakout? Am I
How
right
about
on
the
that?
Reds? They've got some
Swing Out
talent.
Sister? Was it Swing Out Sister?
I don't know.
Reds are number 6. You're right.
Okay.
So you follow this.
I'm just looking at teams now that didn't play very well last year. Because that's pretty much what it gets down to.
That's what I was doing.
And I'm thinking player-centric.
I can
Toronto
tell
Blue
Doug's
Jays.
on his game today.
Blue Jays.
No, I'm sorry. Martin doesn't get it. Doug, you get this thing.
Giants.
Yes, they're number 1.
See, I get it. I don't know what I get, but I get it.
Martin, you want to try? Because Doug gets it and you clearly don't.
I'm kind of on a backsliding. Tigers.
Yes, the Tigers are 4.
Starting to get it.
All right,
So you guys are looking at the player-centric model now.
Yeah. Wasn't before. How about the Twins?
Win Twins. No.
Oh,
I thought
guess
you
I
were
don't
starting
get
to
it.
follow
Yeah,
it.
I guess maybe I don't. Tampa Bay.
Yes, number 3.
I do get it again. We're just throwing out names, and it's all whether this guy thinks they're going to be better. This is the worst poll ranking I've ever heard of.
Come on already. This is nonsense.
It is.
What do you like more, Bradford Doolittle or Joe Lenardi?
Lenardi.
Yes!
Because at least it's kind of based on teams' records and the way they're going. This is based on nothing.
Could the Mets wedge in there because they did win 89 last year?
The Mets are not in there, Martin.
Okay, so I was trying to
don't
follow.
get it.
I don't get it.
How about the Cubs? They were tied for second.
Just when I thought you were starting to follow Doolittle's rationale.
God bless it, America.
Nationals. Nationals.
No, I'm sorry.
Can we have initials
Mariners.
now?
No, I'm sorry.
Initials, please.
We're out of teams.
MB.
Melville.
They won
Melville.
93 games last year.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Yeah.
They won 93 games.
Charlie's excited about the series.
And they have a chance to be a breakout team
First place
this year,
team.
Doug.
For, what, 3 years in a row?
They were number 2, actually.
Okay.
Bradford Doolittle writes.
What in the hell?
It's fascinating to see how, in this approach, breakout and collapse rates interact.
None of it's fascinating. Not one bit of this is fascinating.
My theory.
Yes, young teams tend to have higher breakout rates, but they also, in many cases, have low collapse rates.
This is all nonsense. It's absolute, total nonsense. He was told you must put together some sort of bracket, some sort of analytics. You must do this. Who's going to break out? Who's not? And this is the shishawali content he came up with.
I need to swear.
After all, what would a young player be collapsing from? The Brewers are one of the teams that combine a low collapse rate with an above-average breakout rate.
Oh, stop it! Quit it! I can't take much more.
Bryce Harper's dad is hot.
Does that make the Phillies breakout candidates?
I thought I understood the metric, and when the Brewers, who won the division, they were a breakout team last year. Now they're coming off a 93-win season, and they're going to be a breakout team again.
Guys, 2 types of teams. Those whose player play for the fans and those whose players play for the money. That's from the other Block Yeshiva alum.
Players don't ask to be overpaid.
We're number 1 there. Not a single Cardinal has ever asked to be overpaid.
They love the fans, not money.
And that's why, right there. A lot would play for nothing.
I want to know
if
where
they could play
Nolan
here.
Gorman, who had his eye? He got his eye back?
Someone's been sniffing a little too much paint. That's from the Warren County Wizard. Doolittle, more like do more bull ass to wring out mediocre takes. That's from the 314. I like when Doug answers in a defeated tone, I don't know, regarding questions about when something happened. That's from the 314.
He doesn't know the years.
No, I do not know the years.
Isn't this Bradford Doolittle guy, the guy who wrote the article about the best franchise had trades or free agency that never occurred? Eric in the Central West End. I'm 1,000% convinced unsubscribe not only doubles down, but permanently puts you in their list with no chance of refusal. Also a fave is after unsubscribing, you get another email confirming that the whole point is to stop the emails. That's from Sharon in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan, who is telling Doug, don't unsubscribe because all you're going to do is confirm that your email exists and they will hit you with more. And I got to tell you, I agree with Sharon and Clayton / Sanibel / Maui / Michigan.
So I just have to live with the current situation.
I've had that experience. I'm telling you, unsubscribe does nothing. Makes it worse. I agree.
I think Sharon and Clayton is correct on that one. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way in an hour here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Sharon McKernan with you. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and what better way to reinvest in your home than with brand new energy-efficient windows? During Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time sale, you can save big while making your home more comfortable and energy efficient. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Need 4, you only pay for 2. Need 20, you only pay for 10. It's the perfect opportunity to upgrade your home without breaking the bank. And here's something that will make your wallet even happier. Pay no interest until 2030. That's right, no interest for the next 6 years, making it easier than ever to afford the quality windows your home needs. But wait, there's more. This month only, Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project, whether you need a few windows or a full home upgrade. This bonus makes now the perfect time to act. Call 314-334-2522, or you can visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. For the last windows you'll ever need, go with Universal Windows Direct, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. So good.
This is nice.
It is the morning after, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This Jackson Burkett, he's getting ready for a tournament, and a tournament starts tonight. And Jackson and I are shooting our gambling podcast with Riz of the Riz Show at 11:15. I'm looking forward to being educated. I'm looking forward to hearing who you got winning this tournament.
Some pretty dense notes I got.
Is that right?
Yeah, I was dense. Breaking down film last night.
Do you have a breakout team in the tournament?
Yeah, tune in to the Spread Zone. Find out.
Don't tease us that way.
Okay.
Wow. But he does have glorious sound that we can play on this program, including Brian Baroni, who was our guest last week, the head coach of SIUE, on his appreciation for the gentleman he is coaching against on Thursday in Wichita, Kelvin Sampson.
I respect Coach. I almost played for Coach Sampson. My dad coached against Coach Sampson when I was at Texas A&M. I was a player. He's helped me in the offseason so many times. I respect the heck out of Coach Sampson and Kellen, his son, and his program. I'll shoot him a text for sure. I don't know how business-like they'll be. I've never had to play him, but I respect Coach Sampson so much. He's helped me. A lot of our defense, a lot of things that we have talked about in the offseason, I talked hours with, when we were over COVID, we talked hour and a half, just me and him, about rebounding, defense, program. He has a core four. And his and I have gotten to be closer, and he's really helped us this offseason. I talked a lot about a lot of things that we do defensively. So obviously you got to go play. I'm very familiar with his team in terms of out of respect of what they do, and he's probably familiar with me too right now. And it's going to be amazing to go out there in Wichita.
Well, Las Vegas doesn't give his team much of a chance at all. As a matter of fact, there is no bigger underdog in the first round of this tournament than SIUE taking on Houston. Doug, what do you think the spread is? Because there's not a chance in hell you looked.
28.5.
Holy Mary, Mother of God. You either are the tightest sharp in town or you looked.
I'm looking at it right now. Ah! 28.5.
Wow. That's disappointing.
Looking? ESPN, it's up there.
Oh, okay. Doug's a simple man, and he gets things right. I sit there and I log into my offshore book, which, of course, doesn't exist for the purpose of the law.
Right.
It's
there it is right there on ESPN.com.
That's a big number.
That is huge.
I like SIU in this one, fellas. I like SIU in this one.
You want the 30 points.
To cover?
Maybe to win the game.
Whoa.
Yeah. I think this SIUE bunch, I think they're ready.
Maybe you can replace me on the spread zone with these kinds of takes.
Yeah, that's the
Riz wouldn't know what the hell to do.
Yeah, that is. I never like betting those games, like the massive spreads like that, because you're kind of just rooting for the last 3 minutes the team to kind of put in park. Although I did live bet Fairleigh Dickinson at halftime.
Oh, did you? You saw it
when they were up 5 or 6 against Purdue, and that was the most fun second half I've ever had in March Madness.
I think there is a chance that Houston and also Florida's 28.5-point favorite over Norfolk State, that they kind of coast in the second half. If you get a lead, you don't want your star guys out there in the second half of a game that's already in your pocket.
I think these teams are so good that a coast for them is different than a coast for most teams.
Do you remember the name of the Fairleigh Dickinson coach who 2 years ago captivated the nation with his folksy sound bites?
I could get it if you gave me the initials.
T.A.
T.A. Tom Allen?
No.
Tony Allen, Brenton Grimes.
Ted Aaron. Ted Aaron?
No.
He had an odd head, and I apologize.
You talking about me?
No, but he was I don't want to be so superficial,
yeah,
but
Martin already played the hide card. Now you're going to play the head card. It's just offensive around here.
His hairline went down to his eyebrows.
Now we're going there. I'm the opposite on that though.
Yeah.
Timothy Anderson,
the White Sox.
Yeah,
formerly.
T.A. Well, how many other names could it be? Troy Arundel. Troy Arundel? Who the hell is that? He was the coach?
Tobin Anderson.
Oh, yeah.
Coached Fairleigh Dickinson.
Okay.
Do you know where he's been coaching?
Initials, please.
Oh, no.
He replaced Rick Pitino in Iona.
Okay.
Well, guess what? Iona said, you got 2 years, and that's not good enough. You're going, Tobin! And they fired him yesterday.
Oh, really?
Well, 2 years at Iona. The bar is, we go to the tournament around here. Okay. Tobin Anderson running things after beating Bat Painter in a tournament 2 years ago as a 16.
I thought his name was Matt.
That's what I said.
He's wear a suit.
Bat.
16 seed. Okay. He gets 2 years at Iona. He's gone.
Gone. Okay. Well, where will he go? He'll coach one of these other teams that didn't make the tournament this year.
Maybe he goes to Indiana and delights them.
I doubt that.
Fired from Iona, goes to Indiana.
So the bump he got was to leave Fairleigh Dickinson for Iona.
That's right. And he got 2 years of runway.
Usually a little bigger bump than that for a tournament.
It does go to show, though, like, just because a guy wins 1 or 2 games in the tournament doesn't necessarily mean.
It is. Doug, why the Tam Avenue Capital Partners are able to send out distributions every year.
Are you?
One of the reasons is capitalizing on what now we even have a bigger edge because some of the, and I say this like with affection, dumbasses go to Twitter with their square takes on prisoner of the moment observations, and you can short that market. One of the biggest flaws, however, for the kind of next level schools is coach from random team, which will happen within the next 48, 72 hours, will have a big upset in the NCAA tournament. They get caught up in that, and then they hire that coach. And just because that coach's team had a wonderful 40 minutes doesn't necessarily mean that's the guy to take your program, which is greater than 40 minutes, to the next level. But sweet mother of mercy, I'm telling you, we've seen a hell of a lot more of those than we've seen a guy having one big run in the NCAA tournament and then becoming the next, take your pick of whomever you want to use, is Mike Krzyzewski, Darnell Coles. Whomever.
Darnell Coles is coaching now?
He's coaching at St. Gabriel's.
Is it, get a lot of W's there, whether he knows a darn thing about the game or not, apparently.
Guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. Just got to know where to call to get the banners made.
Boy, I'll tell you, you're going to deal with some litigation.
I like the Brad Underwood model where it's Stephen F. Austin. Twice in a 3-year period, he won a first-round game as an upset.
Right, sustained success.
Right, so if you're looking at a smaller program, coach with a good resume, and you say, oh, what's he doing out at Stephen F. Austin? Oh, well, he knocked off VCU 1 year. I think it was a 5-12. And then he did it again 2 years later.
Kind of like shirts, too.
Yeah.
And then there's guys who make programs like that into real programs. Mark Few, obviously, at Gonzaga. And then, what's my guy's name at St. Mary's?
Randy Bennett.
Randy Bennett, former SLU assistant. Yeah, who make it out at St. Mary's. Like, you turn your smaller school into a pretty major program.
I was listening to Scott Van Pelt and Stanford Steve, one of my favorite podcasts out there, on my way to the station this morning. And they were talking about Doug Fusey. Do you know who Fusey is?
No.
Mark Few, head coach at Gonzaga, been there for a quarter century.
Yeah.
God, I remember when Missouri made its run in 2002 to the Elite Eight, when they opened up their first games against Miami, Leonard Hamilton, and Ohio State. I think that was Jimmy O'Brien. Mark Few's team was in the same, Gonzaga was in the same regional in Albuquerque, and he is still there. And he was saying to Van Pelt and Stanford Steve that they try to speed up St. Mary's when they play them. They played them 3 times this year. And he goes, you just can't speed that team up. And then that takes us full circle to Dwake. Because here's a team that wants to slow it down. The over-under is 132.5 points against Missouri. Missouri, as Jackson pointed out, they can get you about 75% of the way there themselves. But if Dwake is not going to shoot the ball until less than 5 seconds left on that shot clock, then it doesn't matter what Missouri wants to do. Here is Dwake coach Ben McCollum giving his observations.
Hit the lever, please, Pale.
And to be quite honest, just don't pay attention to it because it really doesn't help anything. And I think our guys will stay focused. They know I'm focused. They know I don't have a divided heart. We're going to keep fighting, and we're going to see what we can do in the NCAA tournament. It's the nature of the beast, but you have to keep your heart where it belongs. I know that a lot of coaches in this profession are on this fast track, just like a lot of players. And I still think at the end of the day, there's a humility and a genuineness that wins at an elite level. And I always want to be that way. And, I make plenty of money where I'm at right now. I made plenty of money at Northwest Missouri State. And I'll continue down that path and, make sure that loyalty to me with my kids and my team means a lot more.
That's Ben McCollum, and he was talking about being in the mix for the Indiana and Iowa jobs. Fran McCaffrey getting whacked earlier. Of course, Mike Woodson announced last month that he was going to be done in Bloomington. And it's the soundbite. I don't know if you saw this on the Stiefel dossier, Martin. It says Drake coach Ben McCollum sat down with deputy grifter Dan Dockich.
Deputy grifter?
He's the deputy grifter?
He's one of a large number of
Why
deputy
just
grifters.
a deputy and not
he's
a
not
sheriff?
like chief. He's not like the chief grifter.
Who's the chief grifter?
Whitlock.
So there is an actual hierarchy. There's a breakdown.
In terms of sports, yeah.
You kind of slip that in on the back page as a just a little anecdote.
You got to read that Stiefel dossier.
Yeah, there's Easter eggs in there.
There's Easter eggs in the Stiefel dossier.
Easter eggs.
Yeah, Dan
I apologize for not noticing that earlier.
Yeah. Deputy grifter Dan Dockich.
Yeah, he's not in charge, but he's one of the deputies. He's been deputized.
Grifter. So he sat down with Ben McCollum.
Can I ask you what makes him a deputy grifter?
The Tamar Bates
I'm not
thing.
all that familiar with his work.
The Tamar Bates thing alone was the epitome of grift. He knew he was.
So what's the Tamar Bates thing? So I'm sure some in the audience, and by some I mean a good number, might not be familiar.
Sure. Dan Dockich tweeted like a year ago that he knew this was when Mizzou was doing really poorly, and so he said, I knew Tamar Bates as soon as he walked into the locker room in Indiana. That he wasn't going to be a guy to impact. He thought he owned the place, and he wasn't going to be a very good basketball player. Fast forward a year, and he quote tweeted and said, "I still stand by this, despite Tamar Bates being outstanding." And that alone, I mean, that's just like he knew what he was doing. He was rage bait for Mizzou fans and
poking the bear a bit.
Yeah.
Well, when I hear grifter, I think of someone getting money in some illicit way.
Well, it seems like
build the brand.
So his brand is to get attention.
Now you know the name Dan Dockich. You probably didn't know it beforehand.
I know it before. I really. He's been around a long time.
Sure, but for people like me, younger folks, I never heard of him before, but now I know his name.
So
Deputy Grifter.
He doesn't go by that.
He's been deputized.
Okay, that'd be a great horse name. Deputy Grifter on the outside.
That's a good
Deputy
horse
Grifter. I got stuck on 7-2 with Jackie's pondering question. That was. You guys have time here in the 10 o'clock hour maybe to visit this. At this point in the Blues season, what do you think would make fans excited for the future? And what would send them down the other path where their trust turns into real frustration? I kind of like that. It's a mind bender.
The look on Jackson's face when I looked over, it reminded me of my children when I caught them BSing me. That's what that look. I'm just telling you what I saw. Now that doesn't mean that you're BSing me. No. I'm just telling you that's the facial expression I get.
Is it a bad question?
No, it's interesting. I want the live stream.
That's not good.
Now Jackson's picking up reads. I'm picking up reads on Jackson's. Jackson's picking up reads on mine.
I want the live stream when you were putting these together. I feel like if you don't smoke cigarettes, I feel like you're sitting in there.
Like McConaughey. And,
I looked at the dossier around 5:30, and much like my hairline, it was empty.
That's right.
And Jackson has a self-conscious thing that if that dossier squares are not full of words, he has not done his job.
I stock it like a vending machine. And it's your choice. You can put C4, have a Twix bar. C6, have a Blues question.
Okay. 8-2. How much different?
See, you're burning my questions.
Well, no,
now.
This is good.
Icing them so I can't use them anymore.
These are not burned. These
Stan Kroenke salting the earth.
No, these can be revisited at any time.
They can, Martin. That Chinese food question's evergreen.
I'm never leaving, just as a protest.
I think this question might take the 4-hour show. How much different would the Cardinals look these days if they won the World Series in 2004 as opposed to 2006 and 2013 instead of 2011?
Not the least bit.
So
That's ancient history.
And I also think we actually answered that one last week.
Did you?
I swear I saw it in there still, along with the Chinese food one. And I'm just like, he's not updating it, or he might not have been paying attention. It might have been the non-adder all day. I don't want to bust this guy's balls.
So if they won in 2004 and in 2013,
gosh,
instead of 6 and 11,
there's not a player still active from 2004.
How would
I'm
that
not
work?
saying that they were going to keep the same team. Scott Rowland would still be out there.
How much different would the Cardinals look these days, Doug? Focus on these days, but go back and remember that they did win in 04, but not in 06.
They didn't win in 04.
But they did win in 13,
Was
but
Rowland
not in
on
11.
the team in 04? Did I just put my foot in my mouth?
Yeah,
okay,
he had a
good.
terrible
Okay,
series.
Good. All right.
I'm
not talking about the players. I'm talking about strategy.
Your onboarding's delayed now because of this?
I may spend the entire day on Doug's porch staring at birds, staring at the dossier.
Mm-hmm.
No, I love it. I do. I get a kick out of it.
I
enjoy
appreciate it. I know.
Yeah, I mean, and I apologize for not finding the Easter egg deputy grifter. That was a good egg.
Thank you.
Hey, Jackson, Dennis Gates to Indiana. Book it. That's from the American Dream in parentheses, possible burner.
I'll bet you.
You want to bet a burner? Never bet a burner. Unless you can get that stored away in League Safe or they Venmo you up front.
It's a possible burner.
Never bet a burner.
It has been noted.
Never bet a burner.
Yeah, it has been noted that I can't change it, so maybe it's not a burner, or maybe it is.
He would not be a candidate for Indiana. He hadn't done enough to get the Indiana job.
What has Indiana done to
I also wouldn't go
garner
there.
a great coach?
So Brian Henson says, he goes, honestly, I don't know why anyone would want the IU job. It's a toxic fan base. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's from hashtag Drake first, hashtag Tech second, hashtag Beakers third, and always hashtag free perk. Sincerely, the #1 Asian intern, Brian Henson, possible burner. Also, Dockich is a genuinely bad person. Boy, Brian Henson.
Wow, there's a lot of ground covered there.
That's why he's been deputized.
Who's the deputy Asian #2 intern? Is there?
Probably not.
If Henson's #1 Asian intern, is there a deputy?
I don't want to make assumptions or.
Okay.
How about this from Eric in the Central West End? I'm convinced the Cardinals would have won at least one more World Series had they re-signed Albert Pujols. I'm an Eric in the Central West End fan, but I could not disagree more with that.
Like 12 and 13, would they have immediately?
Hell no.
He had a couple big years out there.
But you wouldn't have had Wayne or Yachty, right?
You wouldn't have had Beltran and Berkman. I don't know. I just disagree with that. I mean, I know Berkman was on the 11 team, but he stuck around at 12. I don't know. I think that was one of the greatest breaks ever that the Angels and Artie Moreno overpaid because he's like a 18-year-old that announces they have an announcement, or a ball writer that starts off a tweet with some personal news, loves the attention. Stop.
Ryan in Tulsa.
He did have, he had years in 2014, he drove in 105 runs. In 2015, 40 homers, 95 RBIs.
Yeah, and how much time of that was spent playing defense, which he could not do anymore. He had to be a DH.
Yeah, he was still a very good DH for
I
4 or 5 years.
understand, but in the National League, he wouldn't have been able to do that. So he would have been rendered useless.
I don't know if he was completely unable to play first base or not.
His feet were real bad at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, that was...
Well, they weren't so bad that he couldn't still hit.
But he couldn't play defense.
Well,
so he couldn't have played.
I don't know. I don't know. I would think if he can hit that well and drive in that many runs, he could probably move a little bit to play first base.
Well, Jackson wins. It prompted that discussion.
There you
Did
go,
it not?
Jackson. Do you feel like the big winner?
No, I don't.
Maybe we tune in.
Oh, no. Come on, buddy.
I don't feel like the big winner.
Why?
What?
You're still mad at me? He's mad at me.
I feel like I'm at a high school party and they open the closet for 7 minutes in heaven and everyone's laughing at me.
Oh, that goes back to the opening song, Boof, from Teen Wolf, where Michael J. Fox and Boof were playing 7 minutes in heaven.
Yeah,
fun.
Full circle.
I enjoy the dossier. I mean, I spend the rest of the day just flipping through.
Grifter Dan Dockich. What's that text?
I'm also
Hold on. We're not in 10-2, are we? We should be. Can Chinese food be ordered by a single person?
It's not leaving.
Not that one.
It's not
Did you
leaving.
guys ever? Did you clowns ever get into it?
No, and honestly, at this point, I don't even want to talk about it. No, I won't.
That's the worst question I've ever seen. Why would a single person not be able to order Chinese food?
It's a cost thing. Cost and balance of meal.
Cost?
Cost and balance of meal, Doug.
It's tough. If I order General Tso's chicken, it's $15.99. It's only getting me chicken and rice. I have no vegetables. I have it's not a complete meal. Now I get some lo mein. Now we're up $25, $30 for Chinese food for one person. That's ridiculous.
So it's better shared. Your money goes further when you get multiple items.
1,000%.
All right. Well, we answered the question.
I've frequently ordered one serving of chicken and broccoli at a Chinese restaurant. It's fine. It's all the food you ever need.
I'd like to.
It comes with rice.
I don't like
So now
rice.
this can be removed from the dossier?
No,
I
rice.
apologize because I missed this one. On his radio show, Mark Pope, Kentucky coach, wants to get folks to Milwaukee, so he offers to pay for fans' gas money, then instantly regrets it once requests start coming.
I kind of wanted to hear that.
You
audio.
guys didn't have a chance to get to that.
We'll tease it for the next segment.
I look forward to that. That's great.
Yeah, see this Jackson, he's got a great dossier. He just won't remove certain things. Some things are ever present in the dossier.
If Martin gets to burn my question, then I'm gonna keep some in there.
No, buddy, these are evergreen.
Oh yeah,
these can be revisited.
Crimea River Trust Fund, baby. That's from the eggplant emoji in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Yeah, well,
how'd that feel?
Tears.
Bad.
Yeah.
Email in.
Are you really? You look like you're really rattled.
No, I'm fine. I'm a big boy.
He's got the Tigers on his mind. And we got this big podcast we're shooting here in an hour. And we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's a big Stiefel dossier. It's TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. Over the years with TMA advertisers, we have been able to get them to set it up so that they give you specific numbers for you to have direct access. And that's what Stewie has done. He gives out his personal cell phone. What else? Better access could you get than that? 314-324-4440. If you are someone who's looking to purchase a home, refinance, or if you were looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things. Well, that's where Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage comes into play, with both giving out his phone number of 314-324-4440. And again, that's his personal cell phone number, or just Googling the Bagel Loan. What's the Bagel Loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy. Here's his number. It's his personal cell phone number, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Pacers defeat the Timberwolves last night, 132-130. Ain't no stopping Obi Toppin with 34 points and 10 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Cardinals and Marlins coming up today. Doug Mason Wynn, Lars Nootbaar, Wilson Contreras, Nolan Arenado, Brendan Donovan, Jordan Walker, Burleson, Pages, Fermin. Your lineup with Miles Michaelis on the mound. You know, we're 9 days away from the opener in downtown St. Louis. Forecast pretty good, by the way, if you look way ahead for the opener. And I think that lineup might be pretty similar.
Pretty close. I don't think Fermin will get the start
agree.
left field.
Yeah.
I would hope Burleson's not batting seventh.
But I think what they're trotting out there might be a good indication. For the record, on weather.com, it's expected to be around 60 and sunny for the opener. So that's a long ways away.
Take that, yeah.
But I think you'd take it. There have been some openers where it's been really windy, cloudy, and then that makes it especially cold. So hopefully, at the very least, we don't have that. If you got bad conditions, it might look a little weird if there are empty seats on opening day in downtown St. Louis. All right, send your emails. Then we got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's coming your way at 10:50 on the Stiefel dossier. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides in for Martin Kilcoyne in the 10 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett. This is 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stiefel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stiefel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. That's how they said it back then. They put the "and" in there. 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered there today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stiefel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stiefel Theater. Stiefel is honored to support our city, our people, and their future. Stiefel has financial advisors in 12 offices in the greater St. Louis area and nearly 400 offices nationwide. Stiefel also has a full-service investment bank for institutional clients. It's one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the entire world. Stiefel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Chambers, you my boy, yeah, them Braves, they lost their poise. Now if you're from St. Louis, gonna make some noise, yeah.
Yeah, this gets you fired up for the campaign, doesn't it?
So excited now. Wasn't before, but I am now. It's the power of music.
How would the Cardinals be different if they kept Adrian Chambers on the team?
We were still on the club. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA. STL. St. Charles has just asked this question.
That's his name?
You see it up there on the YouTube chat? St. Charles.
Yeah. It's the picture of the Nebraska bowling coach that Plowsy used to have as his avatar.
It says, best Chinese food in the Central Corridor. He wants to know what it's like in the Central Corridor. Jackson, would you like to answer? I can't understand.
Kate Zone.
Excuse me?
Kate Zone. It's a Szechuan place.
What's the nice place? PJ. What's it?
PF Chang's.
PF Chang's in
That's
Chesterfield.
A nice place.
Yeah. Well, and for Chinese food, it's a nice restaurant.
Olive Garden, good for Italian.
It's about to dunk on you, and I'm just
It's
warning
probably
you.
the nicest Chinese food in town.
Yeah,
Wow.
good pizza, Domino's.
What's better?
Well, hell's about to break.
Someone make like a black and white graphic of Doug with that quote under it.
What's better?
What's better?
That's right.
Almost any place that's open.
Oh, baloney. Have you ever eaten there?
Yes, I don't mind P.F. Chang's, but the nicest?
Probably the nicest
what
Chinese
do you mean,
restaurant
like
in
best
town.
or like
the restaurant, the setting, the dining area? It's kind of somewhat upscale.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying there, but no,
A lot
I
of
would
Chinese
not.
restaurants are little hole in the wall, greasy spoon type
takeout places, but there are places like I'm telling you, Kate Zone is like way, way better.
Oh, I don't know. I think that's an
Have the
elitist attitude.
Have the sweet and sour pork, and then tell me.
Don't tell me what to have.
Come over to 63109. Let me take you to Bo Fung.
Bo Fung.
Yeah.
And what do you get there?
I like the little pot stickers. Is that what they are?
Yeah.
Gyoza?
I like PF
What,
Chang's.
pot stickers not making out to
Gyoza,
Seckman?
Bill.
I didn't even know what sushi was till I was like 19 years old.
Oh, Lord.
I'm sticking with PF Chang's.
Hey, you and Mark
It's
Davis.
Good. Yeah.
You can
It's
see
good.
Davis there.
I don't mind it. Lettuce wraps.
Once you enjoy your PF Chang's, you can get your teeth cleaned at 100 West Dental with Dr. Brandon Pryor. 100westdental.com. Now, I want to make this clear. Crystal, I understand. Dr. Brandon Pryor understands. Nobody wants to go to the dentist. Everybody understands that. We all understand that. But for your health, it's not just about your teeth. Poor dental health can impact the rest of your body's health. And perhaps people separate the two because of the way insurance is set up, but that is not the way the human body works. Furthermore, if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. You can schedule right now with no phone call to get in at 100 West Dental by going to 100westdental.com. Just check the calendar online for availability, and you book right then and there. If you're interested in Invisalign, you mention my name, and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. On the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It is 100westdental.com. Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Are you on Doug's side of PF Chang's, or are you condescending like Jackson?
That's a nice way of framing it.
And dismiss Doug out of pocket because he didn't go to Horton Watkins? If so, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrari will come up after this program. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Weather is warming up, and this is when you start to think about spending time outdoors. Aesthetic Design and Build can customize your outdoor space. I've gotten to know Dan and his team. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley for aesthetic design and build. I was so impressed that I had them come to my house. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or you can call 636-532-5008. They have a strong referral base from customers who have had great experiences with them at Aesthetic Design and Build over the years. And for the most part, if someone has used Aesthetic Design and Build for one project, when they move or buy another home, they use aestheticdesignandbuild.com for that project as well. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or go and give them a call at 636-532-5008. Start getting the outdoor space taken care of now, so when we have consistent warm weather, you get to enjoy what Aesthetic Design and Build did for you. Online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know I sent you their way at Aesthetic Design and Build. This P.F. Chang's thing has caused World War III in both the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and also the Air Comfort Service text line. Big Tough says, yeah, P.F. Chang's the damn chain restaurant.
So what?
It's authentic as Panda Express.
Oh, it's a whole another level ahead of Panda Express. He must not have been to either one to make a stupid statement like that.
Wow, Big Tough.
I don't think I've ever had P.F. Chang's, Doug. Do you want to go?
Sure.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'll take the General Tso's chicken and waffle fries to wash them down, if you please, sir.
Okay. Oh, it's very good. It's really very good, Chinese food.
You know how to use chopsticks?
No.
You got to get that finger
I've tried,
dexterity
but
going.
I'm usually too hungry to deal with it, and I just go right for the fork.
This is the audio that I've been wanting to hear. So I don't understand. So the head coach of Kentucky, Mark Pope, wanted to try to get Big Blue Nation to Milwaukee. I don't think that's really a problem. They travel everywhere.
Yeah, Big Blue Nation.
So, this is his first year as head coach. Maybe he doesn't get that. I don't know. But here's, Doug, here's what he...
Oh, I'd love to hear what he had to say.
I'm going to say something I'm going to regret, but it's only a 7-hour drive. If anybody's having trouble with gas money, hit me up. Let's go. Let's get all BBN out there. I'm not going to tell you how to hit me up because I'm nervous about how many people are about to hit me up. I had this ridiculous notion one night after a game to buy everybody that was left in the arena ice cream. It cost me a little bit more than I anticipated. But it's all family, baby. It's all family. Let's go. Yep. That was not a good call on my part. My executive assistant just handed me a phone, and there's a whole slew of emails coming to the office. Hi, I'm Jack. I won't say the last name, and a student here at UK. I'm in Florida currently for spring break, so I got to pay for gas from Florida all the way to Milwaukee. Let's go to gas money for Milwaukee. This is going to not go well. I can already tell this is not going well.
No, just one tank of gas is $45 or $50.
Yeah, times that by about probably 1,000 people who are going to ask to do it. It's gonna cut into your big paycheck.
So he wanted to get the fans to Kentucky, from Kentucky to Milwaukee. I don't think they're going to have a problem. I'd like to think that there would be a lot of Illinois fans there should they be in a spot where they get past the first round and take on, most likely, you don't know, Kentucky in the second round in Milwaukee.
Will it take? If it is ILL Kentucky in the second round.
Mittens? Do I need them?
Hold on a second. I think this guy's about to give Illinois a spot in the Sweet 16 in a 2025 NCAA tournament.
ILL will be playing in the next weekend.
Oh, wow!
Yeah. I love that matchup if it's ILL and Kentucky.
What's your reasoning?
Kentucky's really banged up. I think they're ripe to be beaten by a team, and I think Illinois, if they win that game, that's a big confidence booster.
They just got hammered by Maryland.
Yeah, well, 40 minutes, tip the ball up, everything's different.
Doug, 40 minutes.
That's why I needed the mittens right there.
Different.
Yeah, just because you lost the last game doesn't mean you can't win the next game.
No.
Think about that. That's why this guy's coaching kids up all over town.
They're not going in playing that well, really.
A lot better than they were when they went to New York to play Duke, I'll tell you that much. And I think a week of rest is going to do a team like Illinois and Kentucky, to be honest, but Illinois especially a really big solid. I don't know. Lamont Bowler, that's a big factor. If he's playing, different story. But.
Are we going to have a collision of orange with Kentucky losing to Illinois and setting up an Illinois-Tennessee matchup?
Yeah, that I don't like as much for the Illini.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I still like SIUE.
To win against Houston.
Because if I pick them to win, and heaven forbid they win, it's, my God, this guy's a genius. And if I don't, I'll just say I was kidding.
You might get the Iona job.
Mm-hmm.
Seth Davis. Hey, if you're feeling a little sluggish, low energy, motivation, you're tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially putting on belly fat, those are symptoms of low testosterone. That's where Mentality comes into play. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Do not let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. You can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That is coming your way in approximately, I'd say about 5 minutes. Then BK and Ferrario coming up at 11 o'clock. Jackson and I are shooting the Spread Zone gambling podcast. Riz and I working together. Anthony Stalter usually on the show. And Jackson is going to replace Anthony Stalter this week as he is vacationing with his family for spring break. So Jackson Burkett gets the call. Jackson, I mean, you're going to be working with me and Riz. That's going to be intimidating. Doug, does that remind you of, was that Danny Clark this weekend who
I was just going to say that.
Got rolled into the threesome with Jordan Spieth and Wyndham Clark and was sitting in his car as the first alternate at the Players when Jason Day got sick and he got to play with him, and then he finished, He finished T6 or something?
I don't know. T how many? I don't.
I'm just hoping to finish T6, That's all I want.
I think you're going to come in with knowledge.
I've done a lot of
I know you have.
diligent note-taking. A lot of tape crushed.
Oh.
You like High Point against Purdue?
No. The 13 and 4 seeds stay away.
You like Grand Canyon?
No, not against the Crab 5.
How is this Louisville team an 8 seed?
Creighton's going to beat them.
God, this guy, every take I give, he goes opposite.
Yeah, I know.
You're Orloskian.
Louisville struggled against Tennessee and Ole Miss. We got big guys, a little big guy in Creighton named Ryan Kalkbrenner from Trinity High School here in St. Louis. I think he's going to roll them.
Wow.
Yeah, that's out by Lake St. Louis, right, Trinity?
Doug?
Well, I was the one who asked the question.
I don't know, honestly.
I think that's where it is.
St. Charles just said, don't sweep on Dwake.
I'm
Don't
snoozing.
sweep on Dwake.
Snoozing.
God. You say this with such bravado.
How brokenhearted will you be if our Tigers go down?
Very. Very.
And who's doing the show on Friday?
Would you be
That's
able to
a
answer
fair
the
question.
bell? You wouldn't be able to
TBD.
answer the bell?
Of course
Well,
I'll
me
be
and
here.
Martin are off.
Okay.
And if Jackson is crushed by what takes place in Wichita the night before, and can you imagine the text inbox on Friday?
There'll be hell to pay.
Mm-hmm.
There will be hell to pay.
Somehow you'll pull yourself up by the
I'll
bootstrap.
wake up at whatever crap hole hotel I'm staying at in Wichita, and I'll just go right in and take a look.
Yeah.
And see what's doing and see how you're doing. Doug might just be reading power rankings from 7 to 11.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I talk a lot of smack, though, so if it goes poorly, I deserve it.
I'm just so surprised you're this confident, but I'm glad to hear it because
Yeah,
I know
I'm
you know
confident.
ball. This guy knows ball, though.
I know. The only thing worse than a Mizzou loss would be if your garage door didn't go up or down.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
But you can fix that with a call to Schaefer Door at 636-782-3608. You weren't ready for the phone number, and so you didn't write it down. So here it is again, 636-782-3608. Easier to remember the website at schaeferdoor.com. Only one F in Schaefer, schaeferdoor.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. They'll get you the quickest response time when you've got a problem. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. They also have that special Monday morning standby service at Schaefer Door for those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs also. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you actually talk with a person when you call them on your phone. And the service techs are not commission-based, so they will not try to sell you something that you don't need. The website again, schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Jackson, Drake is the best Valley team since that 2018 Loyola Chicago team. That's from Sniffin' Holes.
Wichita State had a really good team a few years back. Remember weren't they undefeated for
Yeah,
they won 30
that was.
in a row
I
or
think we're
something?
going a decade back there.
Probably, at least, yeah.
Greg Marshall days. What was that guy's name? Ron.
White? No, that's the comedian.
No, Ron.
Initials?
Ron, Wichita State.
Well, this is going on. St. Charles.
Ron Baker.
Okay.
St. Charles Hermaphrodite says, I'm already planning my text for Friday. Jackson is going to cry on live radio just like Krispy Kreme.
Whatever. Fred Van Vliet was also on that team. Still in the league, making big money. Shout out to Fred Van Vliet.
Was he an NBA champion with the Raptors?
He was.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex Blues and Predators tonight, right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m., right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex, CinemaLondoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Curtin from Martin Kilcoyne in the 10 o'clock hour. And Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. And people are already sending in their hate texts to Jackson from Missouri's loss on Thursday night. But these Tigers, they're 6.5-point favorites.
I know. You think that's going to stay there? It's Tuesday. You think I'm going to remember these texts come Thursday or Friday?
No,
Crazy?
I wouldn't.
Whatever. If you don't have a team to root for,
it seems
I can't
possible.
say what I want to say.
It does seem possible that Mizzou.
It's the musical thing again.
Yes, it's possible that Mizzou could run Drake right off the court.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking will happen.
You know, that's live and out.
I don't mean to sound like brash about it, but like people are like the contrasting styles. They'll slow you down. Missouri, they're the better team.
Las Vegas has the over-under at 132.5. That is an alarming number.
Yeah, because Drake won't score that much.
Wow.
Oh, but when Mizzou gets rolling,
yeah, they're as good as anybody.
Yeah, they can put up a lot of points.
I mean, to give some semblance of context, I guess I'm doing this math on the fly, but I went to St. Louis U High, so I can. That means Las Vegas is expecting a 69-64-ish, 69-63-ish game, given the spread and then the point total.
Yeah. I mean, Missouri scores over 70.
When is the last time Missouri? I went and looked. Missouri has only gone under that total in all of their games this year twice.
Yeah.
So maybe they think Dwake's going to really, really, really slow these Gers down.
They got vested interest in it, so I have to respect that. But that would surprise me personally.
I would bet that over, but I don't want to be, whether we go to Wichita or not, whether I'm sitting there watching Missouri play and be pulling for Drake to score. I just have to sit there. And
if you go back to the last 8 games Mizzou's had against mostly better competition than Drake, they've scored 110, 85, 101, 93, 84, 83, 85, 81 points.
Yeah.
Doug, are you starting to think about shipping that bankroll on the over and parlay it with the Blues making the playoffs and get that place in Huntley you've had your eye on for years?
Yeah. I could use a second home.
5 miles from you.
I could go from back and forth. I could winter in Sunset Hills or in the south and then go up to Huntley for the summer months.
Guys, the Valley is due for a deep run. It's been since 2021. Bennett Sturtz will be the best player on the court. He's as good as anybody in college hoops. That's from Sniffin' Hole.
He's so good that most of us hadn't heard of him before now.
Jackson's just shaking.
He's not as good as Cooper Flagg.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Happy Tuesday, lads. Before I get to my one question, let's give a celebratory huff of the air duster for Festus. He's been listening since 5:30 a.m., getting ready for a show that starts at 7. TMA is no doubt the Napoleon Dynamite of morning radio. Take a bunch of nobodies from HD2 Radio, keep a Jeffco-style budget, but let them run free with the content they put out. That's how you turn this show into the greatest cult classic of our generation. Dougie gives off some strong Kip vibes. You know he's got a LaFonda in his life somewhere.
I don't know what that means.
Got to give some stick taps to Chaser. You can tell in his voice he's fighting with everything he's got. Hopefully the Blues can rally around him and show some of that Kelly Chase fight down the stretch. Cheers, my cousin Vinny. God bless.
My cousin Vinny.
Jackson's been acting a little off lately. I've noticed a change in his demeanor ever since you guys returned from spring training. I bet he subconsciously misses bunking up with Doug and Kilcoyne. No chicks, just a couple dudes taking each other's medicine without asking and sleeping with their faces smashed directly into a pillow. I guarantee Jackson can't stop daydreaming about standing in Martin's lukewarm leftover shower puddle either. Or maybe he's reliving that fleeting moment when Doug briefly considered joining him in the hot tub.
I didn't.
No funny business, just a svelte topless grandfather and his much younger coworker shooting the breeze with the Jets on full blast in South Florida. Perhaps Jackson is still daydreaming about Doty bending over to plug in some extension cords, or how good Marmol's strategic beard would feel rubbing up against the nape of his neck. How else do you explain the fact that he didn't even know the NCAA tournament starts tonight? Based on that faraway look in his eyes, this is no ordinary ADHD brain fog. Jackson is clearly suffering PTSD flashbacks to that hybrid he duffed on the 17th fairway. The only thing that can bring our boy back to reality is when the Tigers send the Bulldogs to the pound for the old Yeller treatment. Ship the over. Mizzou beats Drake by 30, and Dennis Gates asks for Jackson's hand in marriage during the post-game celebration.
Oh, no.
That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, you talk about the tournament, and you got the Billikens who travel to Arkansas State in the NIT because they missed the big dance after losing to Loyola Chi. That's Chi, like Sigma, Chi, period, like the dot. Meanwhile, in Dayton, you got the play-in games with North Carolina, who Libby Jack Virgin Yuppie Camboy says shouldn't be in a tournament, full stop. But that don't matter to Victoria Ratliff, who presumably ditch her hot mess of a family as she watches her Tar Heels while lit up on wine in Lorazepam from the nearest bar with True TV while shouting Buddhism on every call that doesn't go her way. And then you got Missouri, who faces Doak on Thursday. Is Libby Jack's not worried because he's double dosing his Adderall this week. But his hole will be tight when they're down at halftime, while his emotionally over-leveraged ass is stuck chatting with a bunch of older men who are tuned into his Camboy feed.
Why are all these emails about me?
Let's say Missouri's down 10 at the half, and you got all these
Hoosiers.
In the YouTube chat attacking you. How are you going to handle that?
It's going to test my will.
And you're not getting anything for this.
No, not even a little.
This takes me back to the diaper in Jamaica.
I actually think it cost me for the month of StreamYard I'll have to buy.
Apparently, Libby Jack won't be pounding Zimas because he doesn't know what Zima is. Zima is a citrus lemon lime flavored alternative to beer that was heavily marketed to yuppies in the early to mid-90s, but was more of a punchline than anything else, like Schmidt's gay, except that commercial was real. Ours is the type of presentation where a wacko from the wealthier side of Manchester feels free to drop in at any time and declare Libby Jack is the Antichrist, full stop, and then regale us with tales of how cocaine led to MILF action on his American Legion baseball team as one of his 18-year-old teammates slept with the manager's wife. Always a treat to hear Chaser on the program, even when he's less than 100%. Keep fighting, brother. We love you. That's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Swope with
the
the
design, air, heating, and cooling meal today. What you got?
Swope was good, as always, but I kind of like JV golf coach a little more.
Yeah, I
Just
did
a little
too.
bit.
Yep.
JV golf coach.
Yeah, JV golf coach.
JV golf coach is won the design, air, heating, and cooling email today and takes a 1-goal lead on the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. BK and Ferrari are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, and for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.